Podmortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. Original Cinematic has multiple exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, is slated for release in early 2024. Upcoming films, Fetish, Sweetener, and Run, and their documentary, Drag, the Most Targeted Art Form, are anticipated for 2024 releases as well.
Their new award-winning film, Group, is currently on the festival circuit, and very generously, Original Cinematic will be providing a link for our patrons to screen the film on Zoom. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program. Salutations! Welcome to Podmortem. I'm Reneé Hunter Vasquez, joined as always by my co-host, my husband, and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter.
This week, we are recording live from Sebastianstrasse 87, discussing the 1981 psychological horror film, Possession. This film was directed by Andrzej Żuławski and written by Żuławski and Frederick Tutin. Created in a very dark time in Żuławski's life, Possession takes us to delirious highs and devastating lows. Notoriously difficult to get your hands on, this film's reputation precedes it, but its strangeness is not oversold. Equal parts autobiographical, surreal, and grisly, this film delivers brave and bold performances and disturbing effects, all while simmering with political commentary. Whether you love it or hate it, Possession is a unique experience that you won't soon forget. This film was requested to us by friends of the show, Miguel Myers ATX, Paloma Blanca, Adri, Jasmine, Kent Morton, and Lila 66. We want to thank them for their support as well as this suggestion. So, what did you guys think of Possession the first time you saw it?
I remember we watched this last year for the first time. And I remember really liking it, but kind of being confused a little, but not even really caring. For me, and I told your sister, because we were talking about it last night, a lot of what this movie has, I should not like it.
Mm-hmm.
It's very artsy. It's very, like, everything, like, sometimes it feels like a play. And not that those are bad things, but those aren't things that I usually gravitate towards. But there's something about this movie, for me, the only way to describe it and why I did enjoy it, this is live action anime. This is so crazy, and what's going on, the stuff that doesn't make sense is like, oh, that was an anime moment. That's what that is. And it's like, okay, and I watch a lot of anime, so it's like, that's fine. So, like, I do enjoy the shit out of this movie. There are some things that I have some questions on, but for the most part, god damn, this is brilliant. This is great. Sam Neill, so young.
Yeah.
Everybody did a really good job in this movie, performance-wise. I've never seen this man that young.
No.
Like, and it was funny for me was that it seemed like the more the movie went on, the more Sam Neill-y he got, or like he looked more like, oh, it's Dr. Graham. You know what I mean? I was like, what the fuck? But he is very young. But everything, the music, the shots, the lighting, the acting, everything. I was like, this is live action anime, and I'm here for it.
I will forget to say this, so I want to say it now because you brought up how young Sam Neill looks.
Yes.
Did anybody else get reminded of Freddie Highmore?
Oh, I didn't, but I can absolutely see that.
Okay.
I'm not saying they should ever remake it, but if they did, that's
That's
you've
the
got
choice.
one person cast.
Yeah, but let's not remake
Don't,
this.
yeah, we've got it. It's brilliant.
done,
Right.
yeah.
We don't need to do it again. Yeah, same thing. Watched it for the first time last year
Right.
at the suggestion of great friend of the show, Miguel Myers,
Yes.
ATX.
Yeah.
He really was very interested in hearing our thoughts on it as soon as we watched it, and after watching it, I 100% see why.
Yeah.
There is so much up for interpretation and so many things that I think, again, as we talk about it, I think I might even form different or more intricate theories.
Okay.
It's definitely one of those films.
Yeah. You're still unpacking it as you're experiencing it, after you're experiencing it, as you talk about it with people.
Right.
There's just so much here. There's so much depth.
Mm-hmm.
I will say it is a lot.
Yeah.
It's very challenging in a lot of ways. It's very difficult in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
And for me personally, it is emotionally exhausting.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is not, for me, a film that I will watch over and over again.
No.
And I was talking to Jules about this, and they were telling me the same thing, that it's one that you kind of need, you watch it, you take a break from it.
Yeah.
You'll come back to it maybe at another time, but it isn't one to put on repeat.
Mm-hmm.
Technically,
Right.
visually impressive.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
I love the look of it. I love the color palette. I love the colors that pop in certain scenes because of how drab a lot of the color palette is.
Mm-hmm.
Very.
I love the camera movements and the angles of the cinematography. They make scenes that shouldn't mean much stay in your mind.
Yeah. Okay.
And there are certain scenes that you're like, why are we doing something like this? And then you start forming your own ideas of, oh, this may be indicative of this. You know, just the storytelling of how the film is shot.
Yeah.
You feel more from the characters. Different moments where there's a lot of camera movement and then suddenly it's a tight shot on someone's face. You're like, oh, this means something.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it makes everything matter a little bit more. But I can't say enough about the performances. They are so committed and they are so impressive.
Mm-hmm.
I will say there are some questionable things of this era where directors did things and
Yeah.
that you get the performance, but at what cost do you get this performance?
Yeah.
But the performances that are captured on film are brilliant. That can't be denied.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think that the commentary in it is very deep. And again, there's so many things you can take away from it.
Yeah.
There is this political commentary in it. I didn't mind it as much as Żuławski probably intended.
Mhm.
I'll talk a little bit more just about my surface interpretations of it.
Yeah.
But to me, more, I feel like it's really just about the disillusion of a relationship.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that it can be said what we see in people, what we want to see in people,
Mm-hmm.
how we perceive and kind of create versions of people in our own minds too.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, and that is obviously incredibly detrimental to any kind of a partnership.
Of course.
Rather than accepting your partner or understanding them, you're trying to fit them into who you want them to be.
Okay.
And I feel like that is incredibly prevalent in this film.
Yes.
But I just think that this film is so much. There is a lot of drama. There's a lot of melodrama.
Yeah.
There's a surprising body horror
Yes.
Yeah.
element. This film changes like 4 times as
It
you're
really
watching
does.
it, and it becomes something new quite often.
Right.
And I think that only not only keeps you engaged, but it intrigues you.
Yeah.
And there's just so many memorable things about it. I really can't say enough about it, and I'm honestly still unpacking it myself.
Mm-hmm.
No, I completely agree. It's something that I'm still unpacking as well. My story is the same as you, John Paul. We watched it together for the first time last year. Again, shout out to Miguel because this wasn't really on my radar. I know that it kind of has this reputation around it as being very elusive. And so when it hit streaming, it was like, watch it now, watch it now, watch it now.
Yeah.
And I was like, we have to watch this now. Miguel was very adamant. And his taste is pretty impeccable.
Yeah.
So I definitely wanted to watch it. We watched it together and it was entrancing. There are moments where it feels almost like you're dreaming watching it. I think I'd said last week how much I enjoy surrealism, and this definitely delivers on that front. It is interesting to me, John Paul, that you say that on paper, this should not be the film for you.
Yeah.
Because I know that you don't really delight in things like that, or films where it's like, oh, I need to really dig, and I do, and exploring what all of these different things could mean and what this could be an allegory for. And just the fact that whatever theory you have or subscribe to, it's almost like there's always an outlier. There's always something that doesn't quite fit.
Yeah.
Which just is more thought-provoking and makes you want to dig that much deeper. Well, what does this part mean then?
What's wild about it is that fact alone. There are parts that don't fit, but there's enough to mine to make so much fit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Where it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, well, I took this to mean blank. And if that's what it meant to you, you're right.
Yeah.
I know that the director has explicitly stated the core of where the story came from. That I kind of feel like even that doesn't, if the creator is like, oh no, it means this. But once you release it out into the world, it can mean so many things to so many people.
I think that's what art does.
Yes.
Yeah.
You kind of have your own interpretations of it as you create it, but once it's gone, it's up for interpretation to anyone.
Yeah.
And
You can't
everyone.
be like, no. It's like, okay, yeah, that's not what you intended. But to me, it means.
And especially with the things like you said, T, that are happening, the way it changes and what we're subject to in one scene, we're going to see something different in another, or it's calm now and then we're thrown into something else. And then it's like, whoa, hold on. It's like, give me a second real quick. So it is very much up to the viewer to kind of like, take what you can and run with what you can grasp at and understand.
For sure. And we're kind of thrown into a situation from the very beginning, which sets a bar for what is normal for us to be kind of consuming from this film. And that bar constantly raises, constantly moves. Like you said, T, it's like, okay, we're kind of starting at like an 8. But we go up to like a 15. And then all of a sudden there's body horror. And then all of a sudden there's this. And there's this surrealism. And there's this element that you talked about at the beginning, but I fucking forgot about. And now we're back here again. It keeps you on your toes the entire film. It is striking. It's gorgeous. The performances are so good and so over the top to the edge of like camp. And but it's like, I feel like the intention here, and I don't know if this is my interpretation, but a lot of the reactions and delivery of a lot of the performances are hyperbolic, because I feel like in these states, that is how it feels. Like when you're in it, and whether it's a romantic partnership or a toxic friendship or a toxic family member, these things do feel like a fucking 15.
Yeah.
Because there is this lived in trauma and toxicity and everything is heightened. And I think that the performances really, really illustrate that.
I agree completely. I feel like what's interesting about those performances is that even through these over-the-top moments, there's still such sincerity to them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Every emotion you believe and you feel.
Yeah.
Right.
And maybe that is why it is exhausting, because it's like...
It really is.
This isn't playing up for anything.
Yeah.
This is a sincere feeling that is being explored and expressed.
Yeah. But I kind of wanted to expound. I had mentioned in the intro that this was a very difficult time in Żuławski's life. Let's go all the way back to 72.
All right.
He made a film called The Devil, and it was banned because it was, and he even admits, a pretty thinly veiled criticism on the Polish government. And so the film was banned.
Okay.
He went on to make On the Silver Globe in 78, which he says at the time was the most expensive Polish film ever. 2 months from completion, the Polish Deputy Minister of Culture shut it down.
Wow.
Wow.
Żuławski said that because it was a sci-fi film, they were like, oh, this is definitely an allegory for something. And his reputation from The Devil
Yeah.
didn't help. So he said that it was shut down. He said that they ordered the sets to be destroyed, that the costumes that they made for the film were buried and burned, that it was a whole thing. Apparently there was a version that still existed that was later released.
I think it was released in the 80s.
Okay.
But he's devastated.
Yeah.
It was two months from completion, and they pulled it away from him. So he said that this effectively blacklisted him from working in Poland, that his career was absolutely ruined. And on top of everything else, it's around this time that his wife is leaving him for another man, which is a theme that we will be revisiting very shortly. Mm-hmm. So Żuławski comes up with a very rough idea for this film while he's out on a walk, but he knows obviously that it cannot be made here. He's done here. Mm-hmm. So he said that he had a French friend that was working for Paramount in the States, and his friend is like, you need to get out of there and come here. So he sent Żuławski a fake letter saying that Żuławski's help was needed urgently in the U.S., and he used this on a film. So he used this fake letter to get a passport, and he's off to New York.
Okay.
He did say in an interview that friend that helped him get to New York, which kind of got the ball rolling for all of this, later got with his ex-wife.
Oh,
I don't know if it's the ex-wife that this film is kind of, based off of, but...
Well, he seems to really kind of spill a lot.
He says, like saying the quiet part loud and the loud part. He in interviews that I watched, he was saying shit that I was like, sir. And again, shit that he was like, so I went, and it's like, dude, whoa.
All right, calm down.
Yeah, he doesn't.
We're not your friend. We don't this is very personal.
There's a camera right here. But at this point, Żuławski had written about 20 pages of the film. But this was, and I thought that this was interesting. I don't know if it was inspired by the fact that he did come to New York or was kind of done in Poland. But this is his only English language film.
Very interesting.
Huh.
But he speaks really great English, but he was having trouble writing the dialogue in English, Mm-hmm. So he tried to get help from scriptwriter Danielle Thompson. She read the 20 pages that he had written, and she was like, this is good, but it's not what I do. Like, this is not my style. So she introduced him to Frederick 210, who was on board immediately once he read what Żuławski had written. So according to an interview I watched with 210, a producer, they did not say the producer's name, and they did not say who the producer worked for. But this producer set him and Żuławski up in a hotel overlooking Central Park, and they wrote this film in 2 months.
Wow. And
he said it was very collaborative, that they didn't really fight, but they would go back and forth on, well, why would this happen? Well, what does this mean? Well, he said it was a very enriching experience, and that he really respected Żuławski's talent. But again, and according to him, and I've only found this in an interview with him, but 210 said that Sam Waterston was interested and attached to play the lead role.
Okay.
That he had watched Żuławski's other films and was like, oh yeah, I want to work with this guy. I want to tell this story. So suddenly, and again, according to 210, the producer that had set them up called and was like, look, I can't pay for the hotel anymore. And I also owe this hotel a lot of money now. You guys got to get out of there. So he said that Sam Waterston stepped up and paid the hotel bill.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
But the producer was like, we out. And Sam Waterston was like, yeah, me too. So they're out.
Yeah.
So Żuławski goes to Paramount, and the pitch that he had for the film, I can't say yet. I will say, because it'll give something huge away, and we've not done the spoiler yet.
Yeah.
But I don't know why. This is what he would say to pitch this film.
It's like I want to make sure you're you're really on board.
Right, you need to know this.
Yeah. I don't know why this is what he would say, but this is what he said, and Paramount was like, no. But a producer in Paris, Marie Laurere, was interested, and she reached out to them. So Żuławski knew, though, that this film was not going to be made in the States or even in Paris. Mm-hmm. He wanted it to be made where he was inspired, the Berlin Wall.
Okay.
And I liked this quote from him. He said it needed to be made where something where something unimaginable could be cultivated beyond the gray streets and red flags. I loved
Okay.
that.
I found it very interesting. The setting is in Berlin and it's filmed in Berlin, especially during the time and the everything obviously going on during that time.
Yeah.
I saw this symbol of the Berlin Wall almost as echoing the division between the characters.
Oh, absolutely.
All right,
yeah.
all right.
And I think that was the extent of my political commentary. It seems that he intended more, again, art
Yeah.
interpretation and whatnot.
Yeah.
But that's what I got from it.
I would agree with that.
Oh, thank you.
So, setting is established. We will talk a little bit more about casting because I don't want to bore the pants off of everybody before we even get into the film. But I did find the way that he chose to shoot this interesting. He referred to it as poor man's cinema. He said that after having to work in Poland, everything had to be done cheap. There was not money for multiple takes. There was not money for long takes to be cut down later. He said that he would mentally pre-cut his films to keep the takes as few and as short as possible.
Okay.
So he would have the actors read the pages the night before. They would talk about the scenes that they were filming that day extensively before they shot anything. And he said that these extensive talks cut down on even stage rehearsals.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. It was just the way that he spoke about it was almost like clinical, because he said that it never took him more than 9 days to edit any of his films. That's what he said. And that the majority of that was because of sound, because visually he knew exactly what he wanted.
Right.
And he said that his editors even told him, if you died tomorrow, we would know exactly how to finish this.
Are you planning to?
Yeah. I'm glad you know what you're doing. Can we use a different example?
Yeah.
Don't have
Maybe
to put
if
it
I
that
was
way.
incapacitated.
Yeah.
Maybe if I wasn't feeling a little under the weather.
Yeah. If we
but-
killed you right now.
Yeah. I know. God
This
damn.
film would be fine. But he took it as a point of pride and said that as a director, that was his job, the way that he approached filmmaking.
Okay.
But he said that the process of editing, they turned the editing suite into a party. He said there was champagne. He invited the cast and crew to come and see the film kind of take shape because he knew exactly what he was going for.
I very much appreciate that from a filmmaker. I also think that a lot of technical things he did, fantastic. Treatment.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Yeah.
But it showed at Cannes. He said that reception was very mixed. He said about 50-50. 50% was very hostile and 50% was kind of in love.
Okay.
I think it was even nominated for the Palme d'Or,
Yes.
which
Oh,
is
all right.
Yeah.
amazing.
But this is where it kind of goes south. It was declared a video nasty, The Kiss of Death. And the version that was released in the U.S., okay, this film is 2 hours and 4 minutes.
Yes.
The version that was released in the U.S. was so heavily cut up and edited, it was 81 minutes.
I don't even know what you can...
What even is that?
I don't know.
What's left?
It's a different film.
It's completely
Yeah.
different. So, of course, he was extremely upset, and he said that it wasn't even released, or I read that it wasn't even released theatrically in Germany until 2009.
And it was filmed there.
Yeah.
Damn.
But he said in the interview that I watched him with, he felt that it took 28 years for the film to find its audience. But it's still notoriously hard to get your hands on. So watch it right now while it's streaming.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not sponsored, but thank you, Shudder.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Shudder. Not sponsored.
No. We're open.
Oh, yeah.
Now, before we divorce this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Podmortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then let's come back home. The film begins with shots of the still and quiet streets of West Berlin. Synth begins to play as we travel down the empty street, showcasing the Berlin Wall and erected crosses in the streets. We get the credits and the title of the film in big white letters, Possession.
I wanted to say very quickly about the title. Hearing about what this film was before we ever watched it, you think a certain interpretation of this word.
Yes.
And then when you watch the film, you realize what the word actually means.
Yeah.
And it's kind of unbelievable.
Yeah. In the back of a taxi, Mark, played by the Sam Neill,
Man.
younger than we've ever seen him. He looks pensive as he glances around nervously. Elsewhere, we follow behind Anna, played by Isabelle Adjani, as she walks briskly through the courtyard of an apartment complex to the street. On the street, Mark gets out of the taxi, gathering several suitcases, and once they meet face to face, the pulsing music stops.
We got to talk about this music for a second.
Yes!
Throughout the film, it is brilliant.
Yeah.
The synths, the synthesizers, it's the same thing. I just extended the word.
Well, it's good.
Yes.
Both of them.
Both of them. The pulsing nature of it, the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Is what I was trying to say a second ago. But the composer was Andrzej Korzinski, and he apparently collaborated on 7 films with Żuławski.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
And they actually met in 5th grade. I saw it in this featurette for the compositions of the music of this film. But apparently, whenever he was asked to do it, he worked in Paris for 4 months on the score. And what happened was Żuławski came to Paris and he basically acted out the film for him and told him what it was going to be. And just from this interpretation and his explanation of the themes and the plot of the film,
Yeah.
Korzinski knew exactly where to go.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And it's, I guess, just speaks to their collaboration.
Yeah.
But it also speaks to his skills as a composer.
Man, I can't even think of that conversation. It's like, look, this, and that's going to happen. I got you, fam.
Literally.
Yeah,
But it's like, again, I feel like when you have that established and you've known somebody for that long,
Yeah.
you kind of get on the same wavelength.
Yeah. And it, to me, the score is one of the highlights of the film.
Yeah.
I kind of, as I was watching it and listening to it, I was getting vibes of Wendy Carlos from Clockwork Orange and The Shining.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also Claudio Simonetti from Goblin.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
But I love that a lot.
Yeah.
While we're paused, since we've introduced both of these incredible actors, I did kind of want to talk about the casting a little bit. So I saw in that interview with Żuławski that immediately they wanted Isabelle Adjani. That was their first choice always. So they approached her and she said no. He said that she said no. He praised her a lot, but he kind of talked a lot of shit about her too in the interviews that I saw.
That's not good.
No, but he talked about her being obsessed with youth and wanting to be portrayed as kind of like the young maiden. And so the fact that she was playing a mother was the reason that she said no.
Huh.
And he kind of injected his own commentary, calling this foolish. And like, he, again, quiet part loud, loud part quiet. Or maybe all of it was loud. But that's what he said, that she had said no. So he and Marie Laurere were speaking with the DP.
Bruno Nuten.
Yes. But they're talking to him about needing a lead actress because their number 1 pick said no. So he's looking over the screenplay and he was like, you know who would be perfect for this is Isabelle Adjani. And they were like, yeah. She said no.
Guys, I broke the case wide open.
It's like, you're not listening, are you?
No.
So Żuławski said that he smiled at them and was like, give me 24 hours. And they were like, okay. So they had no idea that Bruno Nuten and Isabelle Adjani were partners at this time.
Yeah.
So he just went home. And suddenly she reconsidered and accepted the part. But it was just so funny to me that they had no idea.
Yeah.
And that he was like, give me 24. And they were like, okay, she already fucking said no, you know.
He's a miracle worker.
Yeah. But again, in that kind of vein of maybe oversharing or kind of, I don't know, but he said that Żuławski said that she had a terrible reputation and that the way that he was blacklisted in Poland, she had kind of been blacklisted that way in France because she was notoriously, according to him, very difficult to work with. Always late, very rude, very, again, obsessed with her the way that she was being perceived. Again, this is all according to him.
Yeah, even on commentary, he was talking about it, and he was just being so rude. He goes, yeah, even in Hollywood, she ruined her career, and so it's like, Jesus, dude.
Yeah. It sounds like you're just salty.
Yeah, it does kind of come off that way. But he said that the producers exploited this fact that she was having a difficult time kind of obtaining work, and they paid her very little for this performance.
Really?
Yeah, which is a fucking shame.
Yeah.
But to his credit, he did say that he was kind of expecting her to be a nightmare and that she would catch the train in Berlin at 5 a.m. to be the first one on set. She was never late. They had one issue that we will talk about later, but he called her a soldier, that it was often very, very cold where they were working. She never complained. She gives all of herself to this character.
Yeah.
He called her a soldier.
I feel like a lot of times reputations are made not necessarily on the facts of the case.
Right.
And of course, I was not even alive at this time.
Of course.
Nor was I even a thought to be alive. But I feel like, again, his understanding of her reputation and then her actual experience on set.
Yeah.
That's the thing, too. And I feel like with women as well, it is very easy to say anything and be like, oh my God, fucking diva.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of women in the industry get unfairly kind of shoved into that role.
And he used that exact term on commentary.
I'm sure he did.
Yeah, he did.
I'm sure he did. But about Sam Neill, when Isabelle Adjani had said no, they were like, well, we got to find somebody else. They saw My Brilliant Career and wanted Judy Davis.
Okay.
And starring with Judy Davis in My Brilliant Career was Sam Neill. So when obviously they got their first pick for Anna, their eye was on Sam Neill for Mark.
Yeah.
And he has said that this is the most extreme film he's ever made, he said. And that he was pushed to heights and lengths in this role that he never would have or could have done at any other point in his life.
Dude, you helped that sick Triceratops, though.
He did.
This was more extreme.
Yes.
And again, I'm pretty sure they worked with real dinosaurs on that.
Yeah. I will say on commentary, Żuławski talked about Sam Neill going on to such great heights in his career. He seemed to almost kind of
Take credit.
Yeah.
I knew you were gonna say that.
But again, when you think about this film, the audience grew through time.
Yeah.
I feel like there were other things in Sam Neill's career that probably led to such projects.
Yeah.
For sure.
And he spoke about a lot of things that he did and saw on set that just not anything that he would ever want to do again. But he did say that of his films, his filmography, this is the one that he loves the most, it seems.
I mean, it's a one of a kind.
It is.
But again, so is Jurassic Park. But back to the film. The two stare at each other for a moment, Mark anxiously picking his bags up, setting them back down, only to pick them back up and set them back down again.
Okay, I was going to ask. I was like, was this like an edit that didn't get caught, or was it him trying to wait and be ready for whatever, like somebody?
I took it as like, am I going inside? Am I not going inside? Are we staying here? Are we going in? Like it.
Okay.
It feels like very uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. And uncertain.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
When I saw this, and don't ask me why, but as soon as I saw him doing that, I was like, oh, these performances are going to be very interesting. I just knew it.
Well, it's a choice.
Yeah.
But he tells her pleadingly that she can't just say she doesn't know, because that's what she said on the phone. He asks, when will she know? And fiddling with her hands nervously, Anna replies emphatically, I don't know. Which she doesn't know, dude.
She already told you that.
On the phone. Mark asks if she'd like him to spend the night in a hotel or something. They could meet later and speak more calmly. He asks if she needs more time. What does she need? What has happened? Anna reminds Mark that Bob knows that he's coming back today. So Mark offers to pick Bob up from school and maybe take him to the zoo or something. Her eyes rimmed in red and filled with tears, Anna just sighs and turns back towards the apartments. She walks away quickly, and Mark wrestles to gather the three of his bags and follow her. Later, in the apartment, Mark calls Anna from the kitchen to stand in the doorway of the bathroom with him to admire their son.
I will say the line is really funny there because Mark sounds like a robot. He goes, "Come admire him." It's like, what?
It did sound a little funny.
Yeah. So there are some lines, the delivery, the actual written line. It's pretty funny.
It is.
Yeah.
Bob, played by Michael Hogbin, is having the time of his life, splashing around in the water of the tub and making a lot of siren noises. Mark stands, smiling at his son proudly as Anna giggles. That night, we glide over Anna and Mark, lying topless together in bed. Her eyes brimming with tears, Anna suggests that maybe all couples go through this, and they shouldn't be afraid of it. Mark agrees with both of these points, and when Anna presumes that one must speak honestly, he asks if it's difficult. When she repeats the question rhetorically, Mark admits that he hasn't been much help, but he's finished the job that he had. It's over. Dissolving into tears, Anna guesses that maybe she was asking for too much. Angry, but still keeping his voice low, Mark tells her that he was the one that had the right to ask. Turning away from him, Anna says that she knows, but also turning away from her, Mark says that she doesn't. He asks her who he was doing it for after all. She asks if he was unfaithful to her, and with a sigh, he tells her that the truth is, not really.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Motherfucker,
That's not.
I'm already mad.
It's not an outright denial.
Not
really.
Yeah.
It's like a dabble. You know what I mean? Like, no, dude.
What's the phrase? No river long enough doesn't contain a bend.
Yeah. Come on, man. But he turns the same question on her, eyeing her suspiciously, but she says no. Mark presumes that there's always someone else in situations like this, but Anna is adamant, not in this case. Satisfied with this, Mark reasons that this is just natural. Feelings change, but without her, he wouldn't feel anything at all. Anna asks what he's feeling now, and Mark leans in, asking if she's really interested. Anna tells him honestly and emotionally that no, she's not. As we glide away from them, Mark admits that it's the same with him. He doesn't even want her now.
So things are tense.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I did want to mention, the scene with Bob, do you think that scene at the beginning is kind of foreshadowing an inversion of that for later? The sirens, the everything.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even catch that until just now.
That's honestly brilliant. I also think that a lot of this is about like kind of perversion of where you should feel comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like your home, your relationship, your country.
Uh-huh.
If I may be so bold. But Bob, the bath is his thing.
Yeah.
Bob likes the bath. And again, these things that should be comfort become things of discomfort.
Yeah. And I didn't remember this. I know the first time we, like I said, we watched it, we liked it. But watching it for the show, I was like, I don't even remember this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So it did help me watching it. I was like, oh, shit's already not good.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's another thing that's interesting is we never see Mark and Anna when things are good.
No.
Yeah.
We never see flashbacks when things are good. We never see photos of when things were good. This is on the rocks and at its end when we meet them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's also very interesting to kind of explore it from there. And again, I had forgotten this conversation as well because where the two of them go in this, you're going to forget this.
Yeah.
And that is very true. And it's a shock to the system
Yes.
Yeah.
quite a few times.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess the conversation in bed kind of
It gets overshadowed.
Yeah.
yeah.
But this is interesting, the things that they're saying now, especially Mark,
Yeah.
how things kind of evolve. But we cut to Mark sitting calmly across from a panel firing questions at him. He answers them calmly and confidently. He met the man at the park at 8:30. He was verbally willing and did not seem to be tense or weary. When asked if it is making the man bitter, Mark says no, it's making him greedy. They ask if he could sense his power, and Mark asks if they mean, did he feel fear? No, that would have prevented him from answering their questions. He says that the man took 2 vials with him, and when asked how he set up a future way for the man to contact him, Mark tells him that it's all in the report. It would make more sense for him to just fill in his successor. But the panel's like, it is not in the file. No, I'm just kidding. It is not. It's like, whoa. Dude.
Jesus.
But the panel informs him casually that they don't feel that there's any need for a successor. We have traveled around the room from a distance as they talk, and now we swoop around and see Mark head on, alone, in front of the 4 men on the other side of the table.
So I really want to talk about the cinematography.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We spoke about Nuten, the cinematographer, apparently the partner of Ajani at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I read he also went on to become a director in his own right and won, I think, the César, which is like the French Academy Award.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
And even, I think, nominated for an Oscar for one of his films, too.
Oh, very nice.
But I saw an interview with one of the camera operators, Andrzej Żuławski,
Mm-hmm.
and he was talking about what they were hoping to achieve with this film, with their work on it, which was to make things as natural as possible and to also tell a story with simply the cinematography.
Okay.
And so one of the things that was very clear, firstly, is the use of very natural lighting almost all the time,
Yeah.
which is very interesting because it's kind of giving like this unfiltered or untainted view of the events.
Yeah.
And in the same way, similarly, they also use a lot of handheld camera movements,
Okay.
a lot of different arcs and pans and glides and all of these things, but each moment means something and each moment matters. This scene, to me, as we're gliding around the room, Mark is not here. He is not even a part of this meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
He is about his family, and that's kind of what he's doing in this meeting as well, is kind of getting out of this occupation
Yeah.
to kind of focus on what's important. So he's not focused here.
Yeah.
And you even see like how far away his chair is from the table. Like it is weird, like detached.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it seems like each time that we get a different camera movement, it's kind of telling the story of what these characters are feeling at the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they called this the wise camera, is what they called it on set.
All right.
And they really put a lot of thought into literally every shot. And so as you see the film progress, things grow a little more frantic. So do some of the camera movements.
Yeah.
So it just fits into every moment so perfectly. I actually heard that, and you mentioned it in your intro, but the cinematographer and the camera operator worked with Żuławski on The Devil and The Silver Globe.
Oh.
Okay.
So this is a continuing working relationship.
Yeah.
Very nice.
While you're speaking of the DP as well, though, in that interview, and I didn't even know if I was going to bring it up, but the work that he did is so striking.
Mm-hmm.
But Żuławski was saying, like, he learned that you cannot be too nice and you need to remind your DP, I'm the director. I hired you. You did not hire me. I'm the director. You're the actor. I'm the director. You're the... I mean, I was just like, okay.
Again,
Like,
I understand having a vision.
Yeah.
But even if you're the director, it is a collaborative effort.
that.
Yeah.
And we talk about how you can kind of tell the style of a director from the performances that they can get.
Mm-hmm.
The performances here are excellent. The performances in, a lot of films that we kind of in The Birds, and you know what I mean? Like, but when you dig in, it's like, oh my God, what you had to put them through to get that.
Yeah.
When if maybe it was a little more collaborative or there was a little more not I'm your boss.
Yeah.
Like I was just like hearing him say that and say it so casually, like he sees nothing wrong with that.
That is very funny to tell your actors because they need to be hands-on.
Mhm.
Yes.
You can't just be like, no, just be there.
Yeah.
It's like, I kind of need to do my thing.
Yeah. And every once in a while he would say, because there's one scene in particular that we'll talk about that they waited to film it so that trust could be built, so that freedom could be built. But it's like some of the shit that you say, dude, is like wild.
I will say I've never directed a film before. Put that out there. But to me, when it comes to directing actors, I would imagine you help them get there. You guide them there. You don't force them there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so there are some things that Sam Neill had said that I was like, God damn.
Yeah.
It's wild. And I will say, having been lucky enough, attended 2 Q&As with William Rush.
Yes.
And that's how you do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and you can tell we're all a team. It's a collaboration. It's not, you work for me.
Yeah.
Like, that's wild.
How do you feel doing your job after you hear that?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, really, man.
But Mark reminds them that he did his job, and they say that this is exactly the reason why they want to rehire him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm your boss.
Yeah.
He's good at what he does, obviously.
Clearly, yeah.
Well, we'll learn.
Yeah, well.
I think they're being a little generous.
He's probably good at some things and not as strong in other departments, but
Combat.
Yeah, well. There was no training for that. Yeah.
No.
combat being one of them, yes. Mark drops his report on their table and closes his briefcase. He tells them that it's out of the question. When asked why, he explains, family. They badger him, offering to help with his family, asking if they can convince him to reconsider when he tells them simply that he is unable. They ask him, will you be unable for a long time?
They really like him.
Yeah.
He says that he hopes not. They ask, aren't you allowing feelings to prevent you from answering your own questions? Mark tells them that this is exactly why he'd advised them to hire a successor. The men finally turn to each other and confer that they have no more questions, except for the man on the end who has one. He leans in toward Mark and asks, does our subject still wear pink socks? Now, this is important. I cannot tell you why it's important. But somehow it is important.
It's a weird question, but I mean, yeah, all right.
And again, one that you will forget about
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
this continues.
It's like every day?
Yeah. What the fuck?
But Mark hurries outside and hides behind a column to open his briefcase. An envelope inside is stuffed with cash. After confirming this, he continues forward. Mark returns home to find his apartment empty. When he calls out for Anna, no one answers. He sets his things down and waits. Later, he looks out the window, his watch marking the passing of the day as it hangs from the handle. On the other side of the wall, guards look back at him with binoculars.
And this was where I kind of put together my theory as far as the use of the Berlin Wall in the film. Because he does feel disconnected. He does feel divided from Anna right now. And so showing it at this moment, it felt like it was indicative of that.
Oh, okay. For me, I took it as since he told them no, they were going to watch him.
That's kind of what I thought too.
Oh, okay.
But I think that was just
real, I thought.
Yeah. And the producer had said in an interview as well that they dealt with that constantly with them
Really?
watching them and having their weapons ready. Yeah. While they were making the
shit.
film. Yeah.
And I did also want to talk about the color palette of this. Really, I was going to say apartment, but a lot of the film,
Yeah.
it is very blue.
Yeah.
And I feel like, I mean, if just the connection and connotation of that color and the word itself, it is very just sad.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we next find Mark asleep on the floor, startled awake by the ringing of the phone. As soon as he picks it up, Anna's voice greets him with, "It's me." She tells him that she's downtown. Confused, Mark asks why she's downtown. He's been waiting for her here all day. Anna responds that she needs some time to think about herself. Mark starts to ask when she'll be back, but Anna hangs up the phone. Incensed, Mark begins his investigation. He goes through the closets, searching pockets and even sniffing clothes. He rifles through drawers and books, but when he sits down at the table to go through a box, he finally finds what he's looking for. Mark reads a postcard before turning it around so that the writing is visible to us. I did love this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Instead of a voiceover being like, whatever. I thought I liked that. But the sentiment is written on a card from the Taj Mahal. I've seen half of God's face here. The other half is you, Heinrich. How smooth as fuck.
Man.
I was like, who is this Heinrich?
Heinrich is he's a honey dripper, I believe.
I just thought that was very bold to keep shit from your side dude just
Absolutely. Well, it was in a box.
there. Wasn't hitting very good.
Oh, you went through my
Yeah.
thing?
With his suspicions partially confirmed, Mark makes a hasty phone call to Margie Gluckmeister, played by Margie Karstensen, who he identifies as Anna's only friend. He admits that they don't get along and it's difficult for him to come to her for help, but does Anna have someone? Margie replies that Anna had wished for a magic wave of the wand, for Mark to say or do something to reinstall himself. She tells him that he came home earlier than expected, and Mark concedes sarcastically that this is all his fault, and he asks how long it's been going on. Margie tells him truthfully, quite long. When Mark tries to press for who the man is, Margie only tells him that Anna keeps her own secrets, which is truer than anybody knows.
Yeah.
Mark implores her. He doesn't have a magic wand, but if Margie can just get Anna to talk to him, he'll make it the way she wants. Struggling to find the words, he explains to Margie that it's just not proper. He asks her, please, and for the second time that day, Mark is hung up on. He tries to call her back, but the phone rings. As soon as he answers, Anna's voice tells him flatly, "We're over, Mark." With a sigh, Mark settles into the rocking chair and leans back. He goes fucking ham on this rocking chair every time he said it, to the point where I'm concerned for him.
He trusts the construction of this thing far more than he should, I imagine. I wanted to talk a moment about the cinematography of this scene. Mm-hmm. Something that I noticed is when he's on the phone with Margie, the camera pulls back and kind of reveals him very lonely in this room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I feel like that's his distance that he feels from Anna. And the second he gets her back on the phone, presses right back in.
Oh, okay.
And I thought that was interesting. Again, just these small little things. The second I saw that interview, I'm like, I'm looking at everything.
No, that's a really good catch.
Thank you.
But Mark asks her, "You have someone?" She admits that she does. He asks if it's been for a long time, and Anna wonders if that really matters. He's emphatic that it does, and so she tells the truth again. Yes. Do you sleep with him? Yes. Do you like it? Yes. More than with me? Yes. Mark goes, I see.
I think you could tell from the postcard.
Oh, yeah.
I think that was enough.
They're on another level.
Was that his invisible man?
Yes. I see.
Well, she's being very honest.
Yeah.
Bitterness seeping into his voice, Mark asks her how she intends to live now. When Anna proposes that they'll talk about it, Mark demands that they do it now. He tells her to be at the Cafe Einstein in 30 minutes. Anna is too far away to be there in half an hour, and Mark rises to his feet in disgust. He asks if she's calling from there, and while Anna admits that he's not listening in, he is here. Mark slams the phone down. When Anna arrives at the Cafe Einstein, Mark is already there. She sits at the table next to him, both of them facing away from each other, both braced with rigid posture, gripping the sides of their respective tables.
Again, it echoes that divide.
Yeah.
Feeling the Berlin Wall.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right in between them. Like, not only are they not sitting at the same table, they're not facing each other.
I just thought it looked really funny. I was like, I don't understand what y'all are doing.
It feels like a spy meeting.
That's what I was about to say. Yeah.
That's what I thought. I was like, oh, this is probably what he's used to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But they're just like, no, I can't even look at you. I can't fucking look at you right now. Mark asks abruptly if $800 a month will be enough for Bob. Anna agrees to this. Mark asks if she's going to live with her new man or if she's keeping the apartment. Anna says that she'll keep the apartment if he'll allow her to. But shockingly, Mark drops the bomb that he's decided not to see Bob. Anna turns around toward him for the first time in her disbelief, asking, "At all?" Mark confirms this. Bob's going to be fucked up enough as it is, and he refuses to fuck him up more by playing Sunday Daddy.
Bob's like, why do you say fuck me for? Like, I don't understand where he's even getting this.
I think for me, it just felt like he was trying to do it to get not even a reaction, but like just a chance. Let me throw something, see what happens, see what sticks. Because it's like, dude, just be there for your kid and be James Bond. You don't have to I don't want to see him no more at all.
Yeah.
I don't want to say I understand what he's saying, but dude, don't do that. That's crazy as fuck.
I feel like he is so just like what you said, very reactionary and very like, because even when they were laying in bed and he's like, I don't even want you anymore. I don't think that he means a lot of the shit that he says. I think that it's just, I'm feeling this feeling and I'm mad and okay, then we don't have a son anymore. Like it's just, it's, that's what it feels like. Anything to make her like, well, wait, what? Because it did make her like, are you fucking for real?
Because when you look at the reality and you look at his actions, he does care for Bob.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, what?
He cares for him before this and after this.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think that you're absolutely right. I think it's just anything to hurt her, anything to make her reconsider her decision. Well, now doing this is going to take my kid's dad away from him. Maybe we can make it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's very, very manipulative.
He is.
Mark rattles the glass on the table in front of him. Anna accuses, well, what were you to him anyway? And Mark agrees. Anna doesn't understand. Bob is his and he knows him. He needs but Mark cuts in, turning to her in anger. A full-time father? He tells her that's what he thought he could be now that he's home from the war. Then he switches gears abruptly. You say it's better with him than with me? That's what this is really about.
Yes.
This has nothing to do with Bob.
I just want to point out that was only half an hour ago.
Yeah.
So it's still pretty fresh.
Oh, yeah.
Anna admits that she gets bored of it. And when a server comes over to take care of her, she shakes her head and he makes a U-turn. If I was a server, I'd be like, thank God, because I don't want to fucking be a part of any of this. She tries to steer the subject back to Bob, and Mark argues that if she thinks what he's doing to Bob is inhuman, does that make what she's doing to Mark human? Not the same thing.
No.
And again, it's putting all of it on her. You're leaving me. You're ruining Bob. You're ruining my relationship with Bob. Now Bob doesn't have a father.
Yeah.
It's very, again, just manipulation.
Mm-hmm.
And it's never an attempt to really, at least seemingly in this scene, to get to the bottom of his behavior.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Why are you doing this to me?
Yeah.
I only kind of cheated on you.
Not really.
It was that.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, but you already told us earlier. It's like, I'm not going to forget what you said.
No, and he was devastated in just finding the postcard.
Yeah.
But were you unfaithful to me? Not really. Like, it's just like, it was just like for laughs. You know what I mean? Like, it's super cash. But he raises his voice, asking her just how long this is going to last. 1 week? 2 weeks? Starting to cry, he asks how she can get rid of ideas like honesty and loyalty. He just wishes he could believe it happened cleanly at first sight. But Anna pops that balloon, telling him that if it makes it easier on him, she was in his bed the first night she met him. This does not make it easier on Mark.
Yeah, I don't.
Odd choice.
Yeah. He demands to know what she expects of him as he swipes the glasses off of the table, shattering them on the floor.
Dude, I'm eating over here.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Can you imagine?
And I will say, I know that she did that with the glass or whatever, but what comes next? Spies are taught to keep a low profile.
Not
right?
this one.
No.
He's like, I'm not a spy anymore.
Yeah.
He missed a couple days at spy school.
Yeah.
The secrecy part and the combat.
Yeah.
Which, good Lord, will we learn?
Anna stands and starts to put her coat on, telling Mark that no one is good or bad, but if Mark wants, she can be the bad one. She tells him sincerely, I was like, oh, I literally gasped. She tells him sincerely that if she knew this other man existed in the world, she never would have had Bob with him.
That's a lot. Like, that's harsh as fuck.
Yeah.
Like, jeez.
That
Keep that to yourself.
Keep
that to yourself.
This sends Mark into a rage, screaming as he jumps to his feet and advances on Anna. She runs away, knocking chairs over to slow him down, but Mark continues his screaming, which was clearly added afterwards. But he throws the chairs out of his way and runs after his wife. They run into another room, startling the only woman in there. Anna runs into a corner as Mark continues to wreck up the place, throwing chairs and screaming until the restaurant staff, even the chefs from the back, come in and tackle him.
He is not only wrecking the place, but he is causing a massive scene and putting clearly about to put her in some kind of danger, it seems.
Yes.
Yeah, it's too much, dude.
I can't even imagine. Like they did take a long time to step in, by the way, because even the server, that probably is what happened. The server's like, you guys really need to come out here and check this out. Not check this out, but you need to come out here.
It's getting really bad out here.
Yeah, please.
In that interview with Żuławski, he said that they filmed everything out of order.
Mm.
And he noticed in Sam Neill's book, he had went through and color coded all of his scenes to know what level Mark needed to be at for the scene.
Okay.
Because everything was filmed out of order. So it's like, okay, he's at about an 8 here.
Yeah.
So he really admired that he had taken that time and that kind of initiative to be like, I need to be here.
Yeah.
Because the escalation of this is quite a lot. But sitting hunched over in a hotel bed, Mark makes a phone call. We see his face and he looks terrible.
He does.
He is pale and sallow and sweaty and almost unrecognizable to just the scene before.
Yeah.
And his beard.
Yes. When someone answers on the other end, he is unable to even force himself to say words, only able to manage a few grunts as he stutters. It cuts to Mark laying in bed fully clothed, crying as he rocks himself back and forth. He shakes and seizes until he flings himself off of the bed and onto the floor. We see him stumble clumsily down a hallway, slick with sweat and shirtless under his suit jacket. He pants as he goes back and forth, showing us just how much of a mess he has made of this room. He stands in the bedroom panting when a housekeeper enters the doorway behind him, out of focus. He senses her presence and forces himself into coherence, asking her with some effort how long he's been here. She tells him, 3 weeks, sir.
Unbelievable.
Damn. And it's dirty. There's beer everywhere and shit. Like, God
it's
damn.
filthy.
Did he have that thing on the door or something?
Yeah, right. Nobody bothered him.
Yeah.
We abruptly cut to Mark entering his apartment and finding Bob sitting on the floor against the wall, covered in jelly. Mark rushes to his son and presses their foreheads together. He asks what happened, and calmly, Bob explains that his mother told him she would be right back, but then she never came back. Then Margie called and told him to be brave because she broke her leg and had to have a cast put on it. Mark closes his eyes. He asks if Bob has been alone for a long time, and Bob nods, but gets up to show Mark his new boat. He comes back into the room holding a large toy boat. Mark asks if he got that from his mother, but Bob says no, it's from Uncle Heinrich.
The way that he's been acting, I'm surprised he didn't just break it over his knee.
Yeah.
On sight.
I thought he was going to.
Yeah. Shipwreck and just...
Yeah. Mark asks if this is a new present, but Bob says it isn't. It's from before Mark even came back. Mark takes this in stride and peels off his son's sticky shirt to get him cleaned up. He asks lovingly how he made such a mess, but he pauses, looking at the small child's bare chest. I thought that there were going to be like signs of abuse or something on him.
Yeah, and this shot is echoed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I still am trying to figure out.
Yeah.
I will say the whole time I was like, please clean that boy.
Yeah.
Because he's all sticky. And it's the same thing with the kids when they were small and they would eat and get into stuff. It's like, hold on, let me clean your face real quick.
Yes.
It's just so sad. How long has he been here alone?
Yeah.
You know,
that.
all of this.
And Żuławski did say that this was lifted from his real life. That he had come home and she was gone and the child was covered in jelly, that he was trying to feed himself and got it all over himself.
I had read an interview with him. He had talked about some of the arguments being taken word for word from his real life arguments. He said that even so, watching it back, he was kind of like, you know, the fact that he was being so bare and so honest.
Yeah.
I remember an old quote from Tarantino where he had once said that your art should be so personal that to show it to others is kind of embarrassing. And that's how I feel.
If that's true, yeah, this is. We cut to Mark rocking severely, not rocking chair, and staring ahead vacantly. I'm like concerned.
But see, it's even for me, it's little things like that that make it feel anime-esque, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he's fucking hauling ass in that thing back and forth, or like he's going far back, then he comes back, and it almost looks not cartoonish, but it's very like sinister, very like what the fuck is fixing to happen next?
Well, it's brooding, it's energy.
Yes.
It's like
That's true.
it's a lot.
Yeah. But he stops when Anna finally comes in through the front door holding bags of groceries. She checks on Bob before closing his door and putting the bags on the counter. Mark continues rocking as Anna walks in the room, appealing to him pleadingly that it's not always like this. Usually she's on time. Mark rocks all the way back and all the way forward, and he tells her that it doesn't matter. He came to tell her that he can't live without her, and he's ready to understand whatever's going on, but it doesn't look like it makes much sense. Anna begins to cry, telling Mark that he can't take Bob away from her. Mark says he's not trying to do that. She can come and visit whenever she wants, but he's taking over here. He finally stops rocking and stands over her, asking intensely if there's anything he can do. She tries to tell him, but in her emotions, she can't stammer out the words. So Mark does it for her. She has to restore order. She just has to leave him. The other him.
Mm-hmm.
He tells her to call and do it, and it doesn't matter to him if she says that she loves the other guy, but he's not her family. He tells her that her family is here. Anna says that she can't do it on the phone, but Mark says that he doesn't trust her to leave. Anna is adamant that she has to do it face to face, but Mark shakes her, demanding, on the phone. Anna breaks down, screaming and calling out to Jesus as she hits Mark and the walls before crumbling into tears.
There's a shot of her crying eyes during this scene, just the way that it's framed. There are so many just remarkable shots in this film that stick with you and that you remember. And some of them are from like these argument scenes.
Yeah.
Some of them are more... There's more reason to remember
Later,
them.
yeah.
But it's just really, really remarkable work, and I'm just going to keep talking about it.
I don't think you guys need to be together anymore.
Not at all.
I think this is done.
I would say.
Yeah.
And the way that he's presenting it, just like, this is your family. That's not your it's again, it's manipulation. It's, don't worry, I got it. First things first, you just call this man that you're in love with and break up with him. Then we'll be a family again.
Yeah.
I'm going to take over here. Everything's fine. It's like, no, it's not. It's not fine.
It was that. It was the way he was telling her. It's like you only want this for you.
Yes.
You're not concerned with how she feels. You're not concerned about what if she doesn't love you, dude, anymore. Obviously, something has happened. Just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Respect what's going on. And okay, if you want to keep your son, you guys talk about it and figure it out. But trying to make her do it and be like, no, you do it now. Do it now. And then you restore order.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. And I will say, as a parent, what he walked into here was unforgivable.
Yes.
If you think your child is with their other parent and you go over there and they're alone and dirty and in this filthy apartment and you don't know how long they've been alone, unforgivable. It's just the way that he's like, well, I did come to see what my part in all this was, but clearly it's all you because this is fucking great. Like, it was like you dangle this. I did come to see what I did wrong, but look at what you did. You know what I mean?
One thing I will say, and if Mark is supposed to be Żuławski's stand-in, he's not painting himself as perfect. Which is
not
what
at all.
A lot of people do when they share their side of an argument.
Yeah.
And so
and I looked great.
Yeah.
Like, I was not sweaty or like sallow at all.
Or manipulative.
Mark just tells her calmly that if she wants to stay, she needs to make that call. Anna makes no move to do this. Mark immediately goes into the bedroom. He starts to pack her a bag, reasoning that it's still warm, so she probably won't need a winter coat. But when Anna walks past the door, he follows her. Again, performative, manipulative. You're not packing a bag for her to fucking leave. You know you're not. She slinks down onto the toilet lid in the bathroom, and Mark squats down next to her. He tells her that he can't stand to see her like this, and he tells her that if she doesn't cry anymore, it can be the way she wants. He brushes her hair out of her face and tries to hold her. Anna fights at first, but finally stops, sobbing. Later, Mark pulls Anna's dress off as she sits on the bed. He seems to look at her the same way he was looking at Bob.
And it's the same exact angle.
Yeah.
My question is that supposed to say that Mark is, in a way, infantilizing her? by trying to control
Maybe.
everything.
Okay.
Because he is.
He
Yeah.
is.
Like she's at a point of just exhaustion. Like she's shut down.
Mm-hmm.
But he does this until she hugs him and rests her head on his, admitting that she's very sleepy. Mark puts her to bed and pulls the blankets over her. Suddenly, having accidentally fallen asleep himself, Mark is woken up by the phone ringing. He's in bed alone and he jumps up, rushing out of the room. When he answers the phone, Heinrich's calm voice is on the other end. He informs Mark that Anna is with him and she's staying with him.
Was I the only one that thought that Heinrich sounded like Sam Neill on the phone?
Huh, I didn't catch that.
He doesn't sound like he sounds when we meet him.
No.
I will say that. And
yeah, I will say that.
there is evidence to support, John Paul and I were talking about this last night, that he did not make this phone call. So I don't know what this is.
That's a very fair point.
But Mark just slams the phone down. He lays back in bed where there is now a note next to his head on the pillow, which I did not see before when he got up.
Yeah.
It says, "My love, I had to talk to Margie so I would never hurt you again. My love." He phones Margie, rocking back and forth on the couch in his anxiety. He tells her what Heinrich said and that he needs to talk to her right now, so she has to give him the number. With zero fight, Margie gives him the number. But when he asks where it is, she tells him that she doesn't know. Mark punches in the number he was given and tells the woman that answers the phone that he needs to speak with Heinrich. The woman tells him that her son Heinrich isn't there, and when he identifies himself as Anna's husband, she tells Mark that she hasn't seen Anna in weeks, but she misses her so much. Mark hangs up on her.
It's like she's around all the time.
Yeah. How
And the
much
things
that,
they get up to.
Holy shit.
Anyway, she just gives up everything. It's
Yeah.
kind of wild.
Yeah, but I mean, damn, just to hear that.
Yeah.
Oh, she's here all the time.
Yeah.
She's what?
I
Like,
miss
oh,
her
dude.
so much.
Yeah.
We're so close.
Oh, man.
How long were you away?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That whole time.
Yeah.
Big was a little bit longer. But he pulls the phone book out and sits on the ground, searching through it. But he looks up and sees Bob standing in the doorway. He asks what happened, and clutching his teddy bear, Bob says, "Wee wee." Mark asks if Bob would like him to take him, and Bob nods. As he takes his son's hand and leads him to the bathroom, Bob asks where his mother is. Mark says that Anna went to go see Margie, and when Bob asks if he's going too, Mark promises that he is staying right here with him. The next day, I'm guessing,
Yeah.
Mark walks Bob to school.
I was very glad to see this.
Yes.
I was like, thank God one of you guys, because he is an asshole and he's being manipulative and he's, you know what I mean? He's freaking out and whatever, but thank you for getting him dressed and getting him ready and taking him to school.
Mm-hmm.
When they arrive at the front door, he lets the teacher greeting the students know that he's Bob's father and that he'll be bringing him from now on. The teacher, Helen, played by Isabelle Adjani, looks up at him, and if it weren't for her hair being brown instead of black and her eyes being green instead of blue, she would be Anna's exact double. She's happy to meet him. Bob had told her that he went away and met polar bears. But Mark is appalled. Reaching for Helen's hair, he asks if this wig is some kind of a joke. He tries to pull it off.
I gotta be honest. Ripping a stranger's hair off because they look like someone you know.
Yeah. What the fuck?
And she takes it in stride.
She does.
I look like someone named Anna, don't I? Get this all the time.
I understand the surprise or the like, oh my God, you look exactly like, my wife or whatever. But try to snatch the wig off. No, dude, keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah, but it was not even standing there in awe or anything. He's like, what the fuck is that?
Come on. Some kind of joke? She's like, I'm at work. I don't.
Yeah. It's like, who the fuck are you?
Yeah. I've never seen you before.
Yeah.
Yes. But he tries to pull her hair off, but Helen bats his hand away laughing. He apologizes and asks if she's ever seen his wife before. Still giggling, she says of course she has, every day of the school year. She cuts off any further questions by disappearing into the building with her students. I have a couple stories right here. First off, Żuławski told a couple interesting things about watching the dailies. He said that when Isabelle Adjani had, agreed to do it or whatever, the first thing that they filmed was her as Helen.
Okay.
She wanted to watch the dailies for that day and would not watch it again until the film was finished. She said that she had to go places with this character that she did not want to be worried about what she looked like or if she looked beautiful or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So she watched that first day and that was it. And it was interesting to me that Żuławski said that he watched the dailies for the first week and then would only watch them on Sundays to pick which cuts he wanted because watching them made him feel so nervous that he would vomit.
Wow.
Yeah. Which the way that he presents himself, it was shocking to hear him say that.
Well, the way that, because he kind of sounds like he has everything planned out perfectly.
Yeah.
Right.
That there is no issue or worry for
Maybe
him.
it's
Yeah.
the depiction. Maybe it was too real to his life and it made him sick. I don't know.
That makes sense.
But when I had said earlier that he had only had one issue with Isabelle Adjani, this was the issue. He said that they were on set one day and he was told that she would not come out of her dressing room. And he says stuff so poetically sometimes and then he'll say something else and I'm like, oh, you're... but he said that it's a director's job to sit in the web and wait for vibrations to know where you need to go. I really liked that,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
but I don't like the rest of the story. He said that. He went into her room and she was playing Helen and she had to wear the green contacts. So she said that she was having an allergic reaction to the contacts and she couldn't wear them. He said her face was red, her eyes were swollen and puffy. She was like, I can't wear these. And he is distraught because they had already filmed with her wearing them and they couldn't go back. You know, it was a big issue. So he said that he did some asking around and found out that her makeup artist said, those eyes make you look grotesque. You look hideous. They're not doing you any favors. You look awful in those. And so she was like, well, I'm not wearing them again. So she lied and said that it was an allergy. So this is him telling this story.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
He goes to her and says, you need to be ready and down there in 10 minutes. He said that he pushed her against a wall and told her, you need to be down there and ready to film in 10 minutes. And if you're not wearing the lenses, I'm going to kill you.
Jesus,
Oh my God.
dude.
He goes, in 10 minutes, her face was perfect. She was wearing the lenses. She was ready to go. It's like, well, why are you saying this like, and I'm the director and I took care of it? It's like, dude, what? Do you not hear yourself?
Yeah, what the fuck?
I'm just, but then again, that's his honest portrayal of himself in this film.
Yeah.
His honest portrayal of himself in interviews.
But
You're an ass.
Yeah. And the way I was like so invested in the story and I was like, ugh, like the more he kept, brother, the more he kept talking, I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
I can't even believe that.
Yeah.
But then you read those interviews with Sam Neill and you're like, geez, the atmosphere on set must have been
pretty rough.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was like, and that was the only issue I ever had with her. It's like, okay. Okay.
What do you want?
I only threatened to it's like okay,
that's
cool.
Unbelievable. Sam Neill straight up said the way that we made that film then, it would not be able to be made that way this day.
Oh, wow.
I believe it.
Because behavior on set that's not tolerated anymore.
Yeah.
And
Nor
it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
And it never should have been.
Yeah.
I was going to say, maybe don't do that.
Yeah. But with Bob safely at school, Mark rings a doorbell. The door opens immediately, and Mark is finally face to face with Heinrich, played by Heinz Bennett. This guy.
Yeah.
This is the character.
Oh, yeah.
It was interesting. Żuławski said that they all had such different, like, their backgrounds as far as acting, their methods as far as acting. And so he said his hardest job as the director was getting all these people on these different wavelengths all ready for him to call action.
Okay.
And so I think he was kind of speaking to the difference in style between Heinz Bennett and Sam Neill. But their scenes together are so good.
He's really, I don't want to say
I know.
I fully like Heinrich, but god damn, he's a vibe sometimes. It's like, okay. It's like, I see you, baby. I like it.
There was an interview that Żuławski did talking about the character of Heinrich. and he had said that he's kind of an amalgamation of ideologies, and he kind of used him to talk shit about like flower children and new age thinkers and this kind of a thing. He literally said Heinrich is the stupidest thing in the film.
Oh, get the fuck
He goes, but that doesn't mean he's unintelligent, which is very interesting because I think that he's trying to say that he's cunning.
Okay.
Here's the thing. Okay, Heinrich is 1,000% a vibe. I also think he's a fucking fraud.
No, oh no, yeah.
But the time that you spend with him, you're like,
Okay, I get it,
he's
dude.
very compelling.
But you kind of feel like that the way that people talk about cult leaders.
Absolutely,
yeah,
Where you're
yeah.
like, if you see it on paper, you're like, this dude's ridiculous. But then you spend 5 minutes and you're like, I'll put on the robe. What is it?
Yeah.
I've always liked purple.
Yeah, sure.
But Mark tells him that he's come for Anna, and Heinrich tells him that she's not here. Mark threatens to break down the door, but Heinrich is like, you don't have to do that. It's already open. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
so good. But Mark enters the home, and Heinrich tells him that they don't have to be brutish or even impolite to each other. He likens their situation to a mountain lake they're trying to swim in, but they're both just starting from different shores.
God damn.
Again, a vibe. Heinrich takes off his coat and vest, revealing his shirt to be opened in the deepest V possible without it just being an open shirt. He touches Mark's chest gently as he speaks, telling him that he's not surprised to see him. In fact, he was just thinking about him, and now that Mark is here, he invites that they can be open with each other. He holds Mark's hands and presses them to his own chest, gasping when Mark pulls them away. It's like, dude, I hate you.
Yeah.
But Heinrich reminds him that Mark can hate him all he wants to, but it's Mark that wants to know things from Heinrich. He asks him to please make it possible. He continues to touch Mark, and Mark continues to bat him away. But Heinrich says that he's hurting too, and Anna's refusal to tell Mark what was going on hurt everyone. He admits that he does always accept Anna's way because no one has any right to encroach their will on anyone else. Mark steps into another room and runs his hand along a row of books on a shelf, assuming that this is how he changed Anna so much. Heinrich admits that it's possible, but is he really changing her or just making her more open to herself? Mark quips that she's so open that she can't even articulate herself at night, and Heinrich has to speak for her. But Heinrich doesn't understand what he means by this. Mark is wandering around Heinrich's home now, taking everything in. Mark reminds him that they spoke on the phone last night, explaining what he meant by Heinrich speaking for Anna. But Heinrich insists that Mark wasn't speaking to him. He just got back from Hamburg. He says that he just wanted Anna to understand that he loves her. He left the day that Mark came back so that she could decide for herself. And he tells Mark that he gave him a chance, but Mark calls this bullshit. He asks Heinrich plainly, "How long have you been fucking me over?" And Heinrich tells him, "A year."
That's a very long
Yeah,
time.
that's
I was surprised.
yeah, it's a little longer than I thought. But again, see, I didn't remember this. And he sounds like he's being genuine. He's telling the truth. He's like, I didn't call you. I've been gone, dude.
Yeah. And I believe him.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's like, look, I tried to give you a chance. I left so that I wouldn't distract her. She could make her own decision. It's like, what you're doing is some lemon square bullshit.
Yes.
But, okay.
Yeah.
You know, I get, I it's fucked up, but I get how you're saying that.
Yeah.
That you're like, look, I wasn't trying to get her to leave you. I even was like, do what you want.
Yeah.
Which Mark is not doing.
No. At all. Mark hits the wall, but continues to pace through the house, asking if it was all this time, even when he would visit. Heinrich says yes. He asks, is this what Heinrich meant by accepting Anna's ways? Yes. He says the key being the infinitive, to accept. The two stand facing each other in the bathroom where the sink drips noisily. Mark slinks down. He walks through Heinrich's home again toward his bedroom, Heinrich following next to him and walking backwards so that they're face to face. Every movement that he made, he's very compelling.
Yeah.
He tells Mark that he's been very honest with him and asks to know just one thing. On Mark's last trip home, was he happy with his wife sexually? The two stand over Heinrich's bed, and he tells Mark that during that time, he and Anna had reached a state of perfect harmony. It's like,
Right. Come on. I didn't ask that.
You didn't.
Yeah.
It's just again the line of questioning. Were you guys okay? Because we were great. We were fantastic. Just want to see.
Well, I mean, he's curious. He's like, look, I know you guys weren't doing that because we were having a good time.
It's just too much.
That he sees nothing wrong with.
No,
Yeah.
that's the thing. He's just like, so did you guys like order pizza?
But-
Like,
Yeah.
it's like,
But-
Were you feeling that too? Because
But it's very conversational. It's not.
it is.
It's like he's not being threatening. He's not. He's just like, look, I'm curious.
it's
How are
appalling.
things? Yeah.
Mark turns to leave the room without answering the question, but just as he steps toward the hallway, the front door opens and Heinrich's mother, played by Joanna Hoffer, walks in. She walks past them without a word. I'm like, is this typical for him? Mark asks if his mother is here all the time, and Heinrich says yes. Mark asks, even when you're fucking Anna? And Heinrich goes, of course.
Where else would she be? I don't.
Yeah. Right. She lives here.
She
dude.
lives in the house. What kind of question is that?
So casual.
Too casual.
That's what I'm saying. It's like he's just like, yeah, it's
You,
okay.
you don't respect the gravity of
Not
this
at all.
at
Not
all.
at all.
And do you see Mark going around the house as him not believing that Anna's not here? Or do you see it as...
Oh.
That's what I thought, was that he's like, I know she's here.
Yeah.
I took it as like wanting, maybe being like intensely jealous of Heinrich and like, why him and not me? And just looking at his house and taking everything
Okay.
in. But I think that you're probably right, or it's both.
And it could be, maybe it's the way that it's shot that I don't notice or realize the cuts, but this seems like one long...
It does.
It did.
Continuous. It's like a maze, which is kind of what he's feeling.
Yeah. But this is the line for Mark. He grabs Heinrich's collar, but Heinrich chops him at pressure points, forcing him to let go. When Mark tries to strike him, he is taken down by Heinrich with an embarrassingly low amount of effort.
Heinrich's like, I'm your replacement at work too.
Yeah.
Because this is unbelievable.
Yeah.
You're a spy?
Yeah. No shit.
embarrassing.
That's what I thought. I was like, okay, I get whatever. It was very slow, but
Yeah.
he had a lot of time to defend himself, and he just let it happen. But like you said, T, you were a spy, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah. Once Mark is on all fours on the ground, Heinrich kicks him in the face. Mark lies on the ground, bleeding profusely from his nose and mouth, but Heinrich lifts him up onto his feet. The two stare at each other, and when Mark grabs his hands around Heinrich's throat and squeezes, Heinrich subdues him again, knocking him against a wall and finally picking him up and carrying him over his shoulder. That was insult to
Yeah.
injury.
Oh yeah.
But Mark returns to the apartment where Anna and Bob sit in the kitchen as Bob has his lunch. Anna giggles as Bob sings her Bob Bob Black Sheep, but she tosses a glare at Mark when she sees him come in. Bob asks to go into the backyard, and Anna allows him to go out there to finish his sandwich. With Bob gone, Anna starts to pick up, and Mark comes in, demanding to know where she was. She tells him that she left a note saying that she was with Margie, but Mark knows this to be a lie because he spoke to Margie. Well, she was with Heinrich then. That's a lie too, because he went to see Heinrich. Anna screams that she has new friends. Mark says that he'll check that. And she repeats, check, 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 welcoming him to. He asks why she left, and she yells at him to be alone. But he's like, you said you went to be with friends. It's like,
Yeah.
please stop.
It's to be away from
Stop.
you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anna begs why he can't just give her peace and stop nagging her, but Mark tells her that he'd have perfect peace if she never came back. Anna says it's about Bob. He's her son too, but Mark reasons that if she really cared about Bob, she would give a thought to the two of them. She didn't think about Bob at all when she broke them up. Again, this is not about Bob
Yeah.
at all. But Anna sobs that she does Mark doesn't think so. She thinks about getting Bob new shoes, a bedtime story, a snack, but she should be thinking about them in regards to Bob. Anna slams a plate down, yelling that Mark is always right. She turns to him, saying that she didn't want it to happen, but it happened. Mark leans into her as she screams at the top of her lungs for him not to come any closer. He tries to remind her that it's just him, but she asks if he really can't see that he disgusts her.
It's the sweater, isn't it? The
like,
lady at
sorry.
Sears said I looked good in it. I'll take it back.
She can't stand for him to touch her. She pulls at her hair, telling him that he makes her, and when she can't find the word, she screams and runs from the kitchen. Of course, Mark follows. As Anna throws papers around the room in search for something, Mark tells her that love isn't something that you can switch from channel to channel. This line coming up, when John Paul and I watched this, we laughed so fucking hard.
I gasped because
Oh my God.
I couldn't believe the audacity of it.
He recalls all the letters that she wrote him, calling him my love and telling him to trust her. But all the time, she was fucking her ass off.
That is just an
It's great.
unbelievable way
That's so funny.
to say that.
But what's weird is that when you do, you're like, oh, they're dancing their ass off or they're playing their ass off or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean,
He
it's,
just applied it.
It's just a different verb. It's,
We could not stop laughing.
no, that's a great and ridiculous line.
But Anna chuckles humorlessly before she wheels on him, agreeing. She's a monster and a whore. She fucks around with everyone on every corner the second his back is turned. She tells him to let her go now. She runs to get her coat and Mark follows close behind, warning her not to make him force her. But she says that he can't keep her here. She'll open the window and jump. Mark asks if she really needs Heinrich that much, and she screams in his face, yes. She starts to leave, but when Mark screams after her, fuck your needs, she comes back and slaps him across the face. I am just hoping that Bob can't hear any of this.
Yeah.
That he's just outside eating a sandwich.
Yeah, and honestly, I think this is the point for me. I'm just watching it and I'm just like, this is draining me.
It's awful.
Yeah.
I feel terrible.
Mhm.
It's exhausting
Yeah.
to even witness. I can't even imagine performing it.
Yes.
Yeah. And again, like you're saying with the draining, like you can feel that she's just saying what he wants to hear. So she's like, okay, think what you want, dude. Just let me fucking get out of here.
Yeah, I'm doing all of those things that would make you hate me. So
Yeah.
let me go. Stop trying to keep me here. Everyone goes quiet as we close up on Mark's face, and he stoically invites her to do it again. Anna pants, her sorrow turning to a sick smile before she wipes her nose and runs out the door. But Mark beats her there and pushes her to the ground. She screams at the top of her lungs, fighting against Mark. But finally, she stops and he slaps her across the face repeatedly. Not even when he draws blood from her nose and lips does he stop. Crying, Mark asks if she knows what this is for. It's for the lies. A tear rolling down her face, Anna tells him, then you'll need to add much more. This deflates Mark, and when he steps away to catch his breath, Anna runs out the door. He follows her down the stairway, calling her a bitch. I did read a quote from Sam Neill where he said that he had refused to do this at all, that him and Żuławski had actually gotten into it because this was where he drew the line.
Mm-hmm.
And it was Isabelle Adjani that was like, let's just do it. We have to do it. But it is sickening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's awful. I mean, it's just terrible.
There is so much of this film that just, it goes from that exhausting feeling to just being flat out not only difficult to watch, but incredibly just uncomfortable.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that feeling it kind of pervades the film very often.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But he catches her on the street, her sunglasses pulled over her eyes, but the lower half of her face is covered in blood. He chases after her, asking what happens to them now, but Anna tells him that that's up to him. He tells her to stop coming around, but Anna says that she's got to go. When Mark threatens to follow her, she turns to him, her face in agony as ribbons of blood drip from her lips. She yells at him, "Don't even try." Anna quickens her pace, stepping in front of a truck racing down the street. The truck swerves to avoid hitting her, the cars it was towing crashing down onto the street. The music turns eerie as Anna takes off her sunglasses and opens her blue eyes wide, wandering away as if in a trance, holding both of her hands and fists behind her.
That was like a Naruto run.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Come on. Jesus.
Anime.
I admit I did a little too much. I was reading a little too much and everything. What I wrote, I said, Anna appears vampiric, and the balconies of the building on the left looked like coffins, maybe signifying the true death of their relationship and her rebirth as something new.
Okay.
The change
Yeah.
from her screaming at him and then that truck having to swerve out of the way, her pulling off her sunglasses after that, it is like a different person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mark finally lets her go, kicking the ball with Bob and a group of kids he's playing with as he goes back toward the apartment. But on the way, he runs into Margie, who limps along with her left leg wrapped in a cast up to the knee. She calls out to Mark that it's Aunt Margie, the angel of the extinct heart, limping to the rescue. Thought that was interesting.
Yeah, we were talking off mic about some of these dynamics, especially between the two of them.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, it's a little strange.
Some Lemon Square madness. Something. But when Mark tries to continue past, she grabs his arm and circles him. She tells him that she knows he can't wait to race off and make a fool of himself, but she's here to help. She pulls off his blood-stained sweater and assures him that she's here to look after Bob. In a low voice, but with a small smile, Mark tells Margie that he loathes her. Margie tells him that he's still full of belief. She moans and sighs as they walk toward the entrance of the building. She starts to unbutton his shirt, purring that she loves seeing him miserable. It's so reassuring. Mark grins at this.
You said her only friend? Anna's?
Yeah.
With friends like these.
Literally.
Yeah.
You're fucking her husband. I mean, there's no way. There's no way.
It is again
I'm sorry,
very
Jake.
odd. It's just
You just deflated.
I just dropped my pen. I'm like,
But come on.
it does seem very strange because when they're on the phone, it didn't seem like they liked each other.
It was very cold.
Yeah, and then now it's like, are we gonna go upstairs?
That's
or
what it like.
the
She's
fuck?
pulling off his clothes. She's
Yeah.
it's weird and not even like, oh my God, why do you have blood on you?
Yeah.
It's just like weird. It's weird.
but then again, I mean, I'm kind of feeling the whole thing of, it's all right if I do it.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
Especially just the way that there's not even, I don't know. It really is very strange.
It's
Yeah.
weird. But abruptly, we're with Mark in an office. The friendly receptionist hands him a slip of paper and tells him where to go to see Zimmerman. Mark moves through the very white offices before he finds where he needs to be.
So the drab palette that is very often used in this film,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have been dabbling in color theory, I will say. I actually read this article from Shannon Lewis, which was sent to us by a friend of the show, Smelly Poo Poo Head.
Okay.
And you see, and I was kind of pointing out any moments of color in the midst of this drab palette.
Mm-hmm.
And you see that this referral paper is bright orange.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I was looking into this color theory. And orange can often be associated with hopelessness.
I mean,
Okay. Yeah.
yeah.
And at this point, it's like, of course.
Yeah. Zimmerman, played by Sean Lawton, sits behind a desk, but stands to shake Mark's hand. Mark hands him that orange slip of paper at first, but when he finally shakes Zimmerman's hand, he seems to feel some relief. He sits down across from him and tells the man that he wants him to follow his wife for a few days. Zimmerman doesn't even blink at this and refers to his folder for wives and sets it onto his desk. He asks if Mark wants to give him any more information. While he doesn't have to, it could prove enormously helpful. Mark confesses that Anna doesn't live with him anymore, but up until now, she was still coming to visit their son. He provides Zimmerman with a picture of Anna. Zimmerman asks if there are any other leads. Does she have a family, a job, friends? Mark says that Anna quit her job a year ago and her best friend is Margie, but Margie visits often to help with Bob. Mm-hmm.
What?
Both men sway side to side in their chairs, and with this information gathered, Zimmerman snatches up a pen, ready to get down to practicalities. Mark returns home to find Bob asleep. He lays him properly in his bed, and when he finds Margie asleep in his own bed, he covers her with blankets as well and leaves, closing the door behind him. But he returns later and sits on the bed next to Margie. She wakes and sits up before resting her head in his lap and wrapping her arms around his waist in a hug. What happens next?
I mean, and then,
No.
we see.
But see here, when he had left, he covered her.
Yeah.
And then when he came back, she had no blanket.
Yeah,
So I was like, is this a dream? I was like, what's happening?
it's an invitation.
Oh, okay.
This is a motherfucking invitation.
Oh, all right.
Really? I don't know. That's so random. Of all things. Is that Lamb of God?
Yes. The next morning, guards with binoculars continue to watch from the other side of the wall. We zoom away from them to Mark's window where he peers at them, the watch still hanging from the handle. The front door closes and Anna walks in, still wearing the same dirty blue dress that seemingly she's been wearing for the whole film.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah.
I don't really see much talk about that.
Mm-mm.
It's like that episode of Seinfeld, I think.
It's just like that episode of Seinfeld.
Everything included is just like...
Yes. Without a word to him, she immediately goes to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Mark, of course, goes in there, following her around the small kitchen and asking how long this is going to go on. Anna only responds by asking him, "Excuse me," every time he's in her way. Her voice raises and becomes more aggressive with every request. Anna takes an electric carver and starts to slice meat, and Mark is already yelling, demanding to know what he's done to deserve this.
I know that nothing in this film has been horror film.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of horrific things,
Yeah.
but seeing this carving knife, I immediately felt a lot.
Uneasy,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. Anna tries to tell him to just back off the subject, and when Mark lowers his head, calling this disgusting, she agrees. The knife continues whirring as Anna slices the meat very close to her hand. This, and we talked about like last week with the scene in the hospital, the tension mounts and mounts and mounts in the scene, and there is no break. There is, oh my God, she's going to slice her hand. Oh my God, she's going to do this. Oh my God, like... And there is no relief from that. It just keeps going. And it's almost like a lot of maybe like misdirection.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mark begs her to look at the state of their relationship and to talk to him because he doesn't want her to be this way. He paces as she pulls a mincer close and turns it on. He confesses that when she's not here, it's easy to think of her as a woman possessed. But when he sees her, all that goes away.
I feel like when she's with him, he sees her as a woman possessed.
Yes. As in owned.
Yes.
Yes.
And I did want to say I was very surprised to see her back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anna keeps her back to him, feeding meat into the mincer. Mark just wants to know if she's happy. Does she love him? Does he love her? Anna nods to all of this, but when Mark asks if he and Bob are holding her back from living with him and starting a family, she shakes her head. He asks what she's afraid to tell him. Is she afraid of him? That he'll get mad and beat her? She shakes her head. Is she afraid he won't like her? Anna finally offers a quiet yes. Mark begins to sob, begging Anna to help him. Anna continues pushing the meat into the mincer, absently and looking dazed. And just when you're sure the mincer is going to eat up her hand, she abruptly grabs the electric knife and presses it into her throat, screaming.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Yeah,
Good
please
Lord.
don't do that.
The misdirection here, I remember the first time watching this just being so stressed out.
Yeah.
And that coming out of nowhere from, like, you know that something bad is about to happen, but you know what it is, but you don't.
Yeah, because she did that, and then I grabbed my neck.
Yes.
And I was like, no.
Yeah,
Yeah, again, hard to watch.
Yeah.
very. Mark immediately pulls her away from the knife, but Anna is hysterical, screaming and thrashing against him. He takes her into the bathroom and presses her against the wall, begging her to remember Bob. This calms her screams, but she still grunts and pants as Mark cleans and dresses the wound on her neck. Crying, he promises her that it will be the way she wants it and that she doesn't have to say anything she doesn't want to. Once he's finished wrapping her neck, she falls quiet and he takes her face in his hands. He tells her, "You're my whole family." Mark returns to the kitchen and we see Anna slink by the open door. He turns the electric knife on and slowly brings it down, slicing his arm in multiple places with no reaction.
I thought at first that it was just his sleeve.
Yeah.
But then
no.
the way it keeps going, you're like, oh my God.
Yeah. Anna paces by the door back and forth before finally returning calm and cleaned up. She tells Mark flatly that she has to go now, but he asks her to wait for Bob, offering that the two of them can go pick him up from school. Anna tells him that she can't. Mark looks down at his arm and Anna says, "It doesn't hurt." More of a statement than a question. But when Mark looks up at her, the ruined meat behind him on the counter, he agrees with a no.
So a lot happened here.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if that was him trying to understand her or trying to show her like, look, I'll bleed too. Something. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
And the fact that there's no reaction to it.
I don't know if that's just numbness
Yeah.
to the heightened emotions of this event.
Yeah.
And her saying that maybe she experienced the same thing and is telling him basically it's over.
Yeah.
You didn't feel anything either.
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah. But Anna leaves, and Mark watches her in the courtyard from the window as the detective, played by Carl During, casually walks past her and then turns cartoonishly obvious to go follow her.
I was going to say.
Yeah.
This is a lot. We said that Mark's a bad spy. Uh-huh. This guy's a bad PI.
Yeah. What the fuck? Dude, you're supposed to be in the shadow.
Yeah.
We see you the whole time.
And it's so fun. I feel like that's something that gets lost too, is how funny parts of this movie are.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is very funny.
Mm-hmm.
But the detective walks past big windows of a grocery store as Anna does her shopping.
I love that shot.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when she enters the train station, he follows close behind, even entering the train once she does, but just turning his back to her when they get there.
Yeah. I will say I noticed the yellow train cars.
Okay.
And I remember Demons was also set in Berlin.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
And they were also yellow train cars. And so it just made me, it connected it to that. And then I was thinking of Claudio Simonetti with the music, similar. It's
yeah.
just,
all right.
The vibe.
Yeah.
Anna sits next to Subway Drunk, played by Gerd Newbert. And the detective watches as the man wordlessly sets his bottle down, reaches into Anna's grocery bag, takes a banana for himself, and starts to eat it. Anna gives no reaction to this, only staring straight ahead from behind her sunglasses. The detective makes a show of looking at the map on the wall, but he is obviously staring at Anna.
Yeah. And he shouldn't have took the banana, but he put the rest of them back.
He did. He could have said thank you, though.
Yeah.
One thing I do want to point out as well, and this is just more with the color theory thing, and it will come up a couple more times, but yellow train car, yellow banana, danger.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah.
he gets off the train when she does and follows her down the street. She's fully running to get away from him, and he runs too, chasing her turn for turn until she dashes into a building.
The shots following them, the shot down the street,
Yeah.
the view of this building, amazing.
Yeah. The detective runs up the steps in time to see Anna unlocking an apartment door and disappearing inside. He runs up to the next flight, making a show of stomping his feet extra to make it look like he had somewhere else to be. In a payphone outside the building, the detective reports his findings to Mark. Anna is in an apartment at Sebastianstrasse 87, first floor.
Phone booth, yellow.
Oh, okay. He tells Mark that she seems to be alone and asks if he wants him to check now. Before continuing his job, the detective stops to buy some sausages from a food truck, and he enjoys them leisurely.
Well, he's not paying for them. He's adding that.
That's true. Yeah. And he better enjoy them.
Yeah.
No shit.
I hope they were the best he's ever had. He returns to the door that Anna disappeared behind, finishing his snack before ditching the trash on the stairs. He takes out a book and rings the doorbell.
The book is yellow.
God
yeah, it was.
damn!
Yeah, it was.
He can hear the bell ringing dramatically inside, and when no one answers, he pounds on the door dramatically. When no one answers this either, the detective finds the door unlocked and just lets himself in. Anna is standing by the door, and he begins immediately with his excuse. He apologizes for bothering her, but says that he works for the building and they've gotten complaints about broken windows. Glass is coming down on the sidewalk, and he's going to have to check her windows. Anna is backed up against a wall and already seems to be panicked. She assures him that all of her windows are all right, but he asks how she can be so sure, reminding her that she only got here a moment ago.
Really giving yourself away.
Yeah. She shakes her head emphatically, pleading with him that she doesn't want him here, but the detective insists that it's either him or the police. We watch from around a corner behind Anna as the detective stammers out an excuse that a Turkish woman lodged a complaint because she was injured by the glass. He makes a weird comment about whether or not the woman should be allowed to be here anyway, but since she complained, what can he do?
Yeah, I didn't understand that.
He's making all of this up. I don't know why.
I know.
Yeah.
Let me throw in a dash of racism, too.
Yeah.
It's, like,
It's unbelievable.
What the fuck? Anna looks back at him with teary eyes, the fight gone out of her. She agrees. What can he do? Nothing. She offers a week. Please.
She seems incredibly fearful.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that worry you?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, she ran away from us when she knew we were chasing her.
Yes.
But of course she recognizes, she knows that was him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you're here and she still looks scared. And it's not because of you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
She looks terrified,
Yeah.
too. The detective goes from room to room, tapping on each of the windows to maintain his story. The apartment is large, but it's bare and worn. She stands in the doorway of the bedroom, unwrapping the bandage from her neck and asking if it all looks okay. The detective pushes past her and takes a look at the bedroom windows. The room is furnished with a chair and a mattress with rumpled sheets lying directly on the floor. He pushes past her into the hallway, telling her that he needs to check the bathroom, but she laughs as she follows him, telling him that there are no windows in the bathroom. He says that some of the bathrooms in the building have them, but Anna continues to laugh heartily, repeating that hers doesn't. Her demeanor has changed drastically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He goes into the kitchen, and Anna picks up a bottle of wine and offers him some, cackling as she pours a glass and imploring him not to be so formal. Offended, the detective stutters that he's got kids and he really just came to check the windows. Once he leaves the room, Anna deliberately drops the wine bottle onto the ground, and when it shatters, she laments that it broke.
But it's so casual and like fun.
Yeah. Yeah, and she was just shaking in her boots 2 minutes ago. The detective opens a door and walks into a dark hallway. There are squelching noises, and when he sees something in a doorway, he puts on his glasses. Something bloody writhes, organic and visceral. It moves on its own, and the detective stares in confusion. Anna comes up behind him quietly and hits him with the broken wine bottle. When the detective turns toward her, her expression is pained as she shakes her head repeatedly before jabbing the sharp, broken end of the bottle into the detective's neck. She screams as she drives it in further, spraying herself with the detective's blood. The detective is stained red as he slinks to the floor.
So just a couple things. One, I really love the color of blood in this film.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a very, very beautiful, vibrant shade of red.
Yeah.
This is where the entire film changes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I understand being told by Miguel and many people, I need to know your reaction to this.
Yeah.
There are so many things that happen in this film that are so shocking that I could have never predicted them.
No.
Not at all.
It has felt like such a difficult drama
Mm-hmm.
this entire time. these strong performances of this couple dissolving,
Yeah.
falling apart, everything happening around them. And then suddenly there is some kind of monster in a bathroom.
Yeah.
And a graphic, brutal murder.
Yeah.
Unexpected.
And the way that it is in the shadows, you're like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I won't even lie and say that I fully remember when we watched it the first time, the reaction having to it. But watching it for the show, I was like, oh man.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
And then she gets dude in the neck and I was like, oh no, what the fuck?
And again, it's the sense of dread from him going inside.
Yeah, he's
You
really
know.
he's really just there doing his job.
He is.
He is. But the way that it transforms her whole demeanor shifting, and it's haunting. It's fucking scary.
When she starts acting that way, like with the wine bottle,
Yeah.
you just feel so uneasy.
Yeah.
And of course, everything with how it happens, what goes on next, and just where the film goes from here.
Yeah.
Everything that happens is so incredibly unpredictable.
Yes. But back at the apartment, Bob is having the time of his life in the tub as Mark times how long he can hold his breath, commending his son that it's way longer than he can hold his own.
So,
Put that in your pocket.
Right.
When the doorbell rings, Mark answers it to find Helen standing in the doorway. When she asks for Anna, Mark first lies that she stepped out before admitting that Anna doesn't live with them anymore. His hand is bandaged and there are scars on his arm from his bizarre run-in with the electric carving knife. When Helen tells him that it's about Bob, he invites her in, assuring her that Bob is just fine. In fact, he just beat the record for tub diving. There's a lot more
Yeah.
going on than that.
yeah.
He leads her into the bathroom where Helen laughs at Bob splashing around in the tub. But when the doorbell rings again, Mark gives Helen a towel and asks her to take his son out of the tub because he's already been in there for like an hour.
What?
I don't know. I was like, that's his teacher.
Yeah, I know that's your teacher, but I don't think you should also be giving them a bath.
You met Helen, yesterday
Yeah.
as well?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. It just seems odd. And does it really matter who's at the door, or is he expecting Anna or hoping it's Anna?
I think that he's hoping it's Anna.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know because Anna just comes in.
Yeah,
That's true as well.
So I don't know. But Helen happily agrees. Mark opens the door to find Heinrich casually sitting on the stairs next to the door. He tells Mark that he's called many times and he really just wants to discuss what he calls the redistribution of our parts in this fundamentally vulgar structure, the triangle.
Come on.
Upon seeing Heinrich, Mark visibly deflates, leaning back against the wall. Heinrich puts this plainly, "Where's Anna?" In very flowery language, Heinrich sways and spins as he makes his way to Mark in the doorway. He asks if Anna is there with him, and Mark refuses to give a straight answer. Heinrich stumbles, rolling against the walls and spinning up the stairs as he apologizes for using violence against Mark. He vows to only psychically make Anna come to him. Mark finally admits that Anna isn't here. Continuing his bizarre movement, Heinrich admits that he has a wife and a daughter in Cincinnati. They will always be his first family, and Anna will always be his second, along with Mark himself and Bob, in some sense. What are you saying?
In some sense. I don't know why.
He included them, I guess.
But I feel like if he's trying to start this new life with Anna, Bob would be his family. I feel like Mark would be that in some sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
no,
Anna and
you're
you,
right.
and I
You're
guess your
right.
kid.
No, yeah.
Why is everyone trying to abandon Bob so much? It's unbelievable.
Well, I don't think he fits in with what Heinrich's trying to do.
I
No,
guess
not at all.
not.
Not at all. He asks if Mark has a dog, and Mark mockingly replies, "Would that I had." Heinrich ping-pongs off the walls as he goes down the stairs, critiquing in poetic language Mark's rigidness, asking why he doesn't like him. Why won't he wrap his love around him? Extending his arms, Mark goes, "All right, I like you." And he can even tell him where Anna lives, but he doesn't know who the guy she's living with is. I don't know if Mark is just wanting him to go over there and act a fool.
He's like, look at how you're operating right now.
Yeah.
Man. You're going to embarrass yourself over there.
I feel like,
go over there.
And we kind of get more insight to this later on and stuff that is said. But I think what draws Anna to Heinrich is his freeness and like, if you want to be with your husband, go be with your husband. If you want to be with me, be with me. If you want to be with both, be with both. We'll all, we're in love. It's new age. It's, whatever. And he's like, where is she? So this is just like such the antithesis of whatever he claims to stand for.
Right.
That's why I'm like, he's a fraud. He doesn't feel that way.
I think I don't know. Maybe he just likes Anna. Maybe he just really likes her. And he's like, it is just weird that the way he's acting.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, are you married to her? It's like,
In
I
his
don't.
mind.
Yeah.
Well, and he said, he talked about Mark's rigidity in all of this. He look at his freedom of movement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just that alone.
He would know about Mark's rigidity. He's met him once, but you would more hear about it from Anna. And if Anna's like, he's this way and I don't like it, Heinrich's like, well, I'm the fucking complete opposite. Dude, like, I don't give a fuck what you do.
Yeah, look at him.
And it's not true.
Rolling on these walls.
Yeah.
But Heinrich is confused and heads back up to Mark. Heinrich tells him that this makes no sense. Mark doesn't understand how it doesn't make sense to Heinrich. He asks if it's because Heinrich has given Anna such supreme pleasure. He concedes that if it were a sexual contest, he's sure that Heinrich would win. But as the two spin around, he asks if that's all. He did not let go of that.
No.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't blame him. Bob begins to do his siren sounds from the bathtub, and Heinrich tries to charge into the apartment, but Mark stops him. He tells Heinrich that he used to be afraid of him, but he doesn't think he is anymore. Looking up into Mark's eyes, Heinrich tells him, there's nothing to fear except God, whatever that means to you. Staring back at him, Mark says that for him, God is a disease. He closes his eyes, and when he opens them, he sees Heinrich stepping onto the elevator. As the door closes, separating them, Heinrich reasons that this is why through the disease, they can reach God.
So something that is interesting is he says the only thing to fear is God, whatever it means to you.
Mm-hmm.
We know what God means to Heinrich.
Yeah.
It's Anna.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
That is interesting.
Okay.
Because it's true. But back inside, Bob is lying in bed, bathed and dressed and ready for sleep. Helen is sitting next to him reading Winnie the Pooh when Mark pushes the door open.
I think it's more indicative to me of something that only Mark sees. Because if I'm a child and somebody looks exactly like my mother, just in a wig with different colored eyes, I would spot that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the fact that he never is once, he's like, Dad, this is strange, but I have a teacher at school who looks exactly
like Mom.
He never once makes this thing, and he even asks in a moment about distinctions between the two of them.
Right.
In a way that you wouldn't if they look identical to you.
Okay.
That's true.
Yeah,
and the fact
okay.
that she's like, yeah, I know your wife.
Yeah.
I've seen
Yeah.
her every day.
In the mirror.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, it's wild.
But when Mark comes in, Helen stops reading. She tells Mark that Bob wanted to say goodnight to him before gently setting the book down and leaving. Mark sits with his son, and Bob asks him if he likes Helen. Eyeing the door where she just left, Mark guesses that he thinks so, but he's not sure yet. Bob is confused by this indecisiveness and asserts that he likes Helen. He asks his father who he doesn't like. Right out the gate, Mark says that he does not like Heinrich, and he does not like that sailboat. Bob asks why he doesn't like Heinrich because he's funny, but Mark says that he doesn't like that Bob's mommy likes Heinrich more than she likes the two of them. That's fucked.
To tell him this?
To
Yeah.
tell what this boy's like, what, 6?
Yeah.
Like less probably. That's wild. But Bob asks who's prettier, mommy or Helen. Mark tries to get Bob to answer first, and when he doesn't, Mark finally answers him with a smile. Your mommy. With Bob down for the night, Mark heads into the kitchen where Helen is doing the dishes. Looking around his clean kitchen, he thanks her, and Helen asks if he has anyone to help with Bob, but Mark says that he has plenty of time. Helen assures him that Bob doesn't tell her anything. He keeps his words to himself, but he sees and he knows everything. She remarks that children are amazing that way, and Mark agrees, but she continues that after they have lunch at school, they rest for an hour. Bob usually falls asleep, and when he does, he screams and cries. She asks if he does this at home, and Mark tells her no, but Helen says that it's very hard to calm him down when he gets like that, and when he wakes up, he pretends that nothing happened.
So this being something that only seems to happen around Helen is kind of interesting too.
Mm-hmm.
That is interesting.
Because Mark would have knowledge of this and Anna would as well, but the fact that it only seems to happen at school when he falls asleep.
Yeah, that is true.
It is. I feel like too, though, what is Bob's rest like in this apartment? Because a lot of the times when he is asleep, they are screaming at each other and hitting each other and running outside. You know what I mean? Like it's I don't know if there's something to that we get to rest for an hour and maybe like he's anticipating something happening because it always does. I mean, I don't know. It's sad.
Yeah.
But as Mark stands behind Helen, who is still washing the dishes, he sighs deeply. He asks her, "What can I say? I'm at a war against women." He continues that they have no foresight, no stability. There's nothing to trust. They're dangerous. Helen counters that there's nothing common among women except menstruation. And although I get the sentiment, obviously not even that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But cleaning meat off of the carving knife, Helen tells Mark that she comes from a place where it's easy to pinpoint evil because you can see it in the flesh. It becomes people, so you know exactly the danger of being deformed by it. She says that she doesn't admire his world, but she finds his stories of women contaminating the universe pathetic. Go off, Queen, first of all, because shut the fuck up, Mark.
Yeah.
But why are we not paying attention? Like, what the fuck did you just say about evil becoming flesh and our worlds are different? And what are you talking about?
And this deformity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like she's forecasting a lot of what we may or may not be about to see.
And Mark's just like, "You're hot, dude." He's just like not listening.
You remind me of someone. It's crazy.
Mark stammers for a response, but it's not until Helen has left the kitchen that he says with a laugh, "I'm one of the contaminated." Pulling on her white coat and taking her purse off the coat rack by the door, Helen challenges, has he never felt free? She pities that for him, free seems to mean evil. She asks, what about lack of freedom? She starts to walk past him, but his voice little above a whisper, Mark says, it's extraordinary. This whole sequence for me, even the back and forth between him and Heinrich, and now the back and forth between him and Helen, it's like poetry. And I'm like, damn, what the fuck? Like, I'm dumb. What do y'all mean though? Like the way watching this, it feels like, and I don't mean to oversimplify, but I feel like she's pointing out that Mark seems to have an issue with women having autonomy. And not just the role that she has just stepped into. Well, I got stuff to do in the hallway. Okay, I'll bathe your son. I'll read him a book. I'll put him to bed. I'll clean the kitchen. I'll do the dishes. You know what I mean? And now that you don't need me for anything anymore, I'm gonna head out. It feels like that's what he wants. And the fact that she's like, freedom to you means evil because you don't want your partner to be free. You want your partner to be right here doing exactly what the fuck you want her to do.
And he just admitted it just now.
Yeah.
As far as this lack of freedom being, what word did he use?
Extraordinary.
Extraordinary. And so this is what he prefers in this kind of a situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And seeing the way that Anna has been, look at how miserable he is.
He's not doing too good.
No. He doesn't know how to handle it. He doesn't know what to do. And so seeing this antithesis through Helen, it is kind of like his idealized.
Exactly. Yeah. But this stops Helen, and she looks up at Mark as soft piano begins to play. He grabs her gently by both of her shoulders, and Helen softens, relenting that they can listen together for Bob if he cries out. She lies her head on his chest, and he pulls her close in a hug. But we cut to them in the bedroom as they lie down next to each other in the bed, completely nude. With a smile, Helen tells Mark that he doesn't have to make love to her, and Mark turns on his side, giddy like a child. He says that he's not trying to, and this earns a cascade of giggles from both of them.
This is a direct inversion of the scene that we saw before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I even think that they're lying on opposite sides.
They are.
They are.
So it's kind of almost like, again, his vision of what he wished that was previously.
Okay.
He's getting it now.
Yeah. We cut to Bob screaming at the top of his lungs in the middle of the night as Mark rushes to his bedroom in the dark apartment. He bursts into his son's room and finds Bob standing in the middle of his bed, screaming for his mommy. Mark snatches him up and comforts him, smoothing his sweaty hair as he assures him it'll be all right. Bob's screams temper into whimpers, but he continues to ask for his mommy. When he steps out of Bob's room and quietly closes the door behind him, we see that he is still stark naked, hanging dong.
I was very shocked, personally, because you snag some shorts. Don't go in there with your tackle out.
It's panic. It's the middle of the night. He's running in there.
Yeah,
but
well.
again, I just...
Look, how many times do I have to say you don't know what you're going to find? There's monsters in this universe, so we've established.
You have a long-running campaign against not being susceptible to bad things when you have your pants off.
Look,
or being susceptible to bad things when you have your pants off.
I feel stronger in the face of evil when my thighs are covered. That's it.
I just think that and I know that Bob is young, but I think I would be like, I don't want him to know that I'm in here fucking naked with his teacher.
Your teacher.
Dude. Like, that's crazy.
We just had a conversation. He's like, who's prettier? And you're like, oh, mommy. Lying. And then next thing you know, you're in there naked with her. What kind of message are you sending?
Whichever one he wants. Shit on
a
the cool.
confusing one.
He was kidding it. Who gives a shit, man? Just put a towel on. If not, just check on the kid. Just peek your head in, and then all right.
Wait, so he's screaming in his bed. You're like, you good?
Yeah.
I'm very busy.
Well, he's had a hard day. He needs to relax too.
He's had a hard.
Come on.
Well, I wasn't.
Okay. Okay.
It's hard. That's his period.
Look, all right.
Yeah.
See, so he is.
He did.
It's all right. I don't care.
A little decorum, guys.
But when he turns to Helen, she is fully clothed and pulling her coat on. Mark looks at her with his hands on his hips, and Helen apologizes that this wasn't very wise of her. And she smiles, telling Mark that this must make him think that he's been right all along. The next morning, Mark brings Bob to school on his shoulders. Helen greets him, and Mark drops his son off, looking at Helen but not saying a word before walking off. I thought this was really weird.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess he was awkward because he, like you said, he was walking around naked. Mm-hmm. But I mean, they both seemed to be okay with it.
It didn't even, when she left, it wasn't even like weird.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point, because it's not as if the evening was clearly ruined and they get into a fight or something.
None of that.
It was odd. But as soon as he walks across the street, he is met by Zimmerman. Zimmerman explains that he tried to call his house and he thought he'd find him here. And when Mark is confused because he never told Zimmerman where Bob goes to school, Zimmerman immediately dismisses it. He tells Mark that they have a problem. The detective that was following Anna didn't come home last night, and he hasn't reported back to the office either. He asks Mark when he was supposed to check in with him, but Mark can't remember. Zimmerman admits that there could be other explanations here, but he doesn't think any of them are likely. If the detective doesn't check in by noon, he's going to have to call the police. The police are going to want to dig into what Mark was having them investigate. And while they can claim professional secrecy, Mark is going to have to give up the address that the detective gave him. Mark just gives Zimmerman the address with no hesitation.
Yeah.
Because the way that he built it up was like, you're going to have to. He's like, okay, here it is.
Well, I don't see really why there should be any hesitation.
Yeah.
Mark doesn't know anything that's happening there.
Oh, yeah.
No.
At this point, yeah, he doesn't.
True. But Zimmerman asks if Mark himself has called or visited the address. And when Mark tells him no, Zimmerman tells him that this is smart, but he doesn't understand why. Mark had seemed very interested in finding his wife. He's like, well, I was fucking a teacher last night. I got distracted.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Mark admits that he was, and he supposes that he still is, but it was out of pure blind ambition. And now he doesn't feel like there's any ambition left in him. Mark clasps Zimmerman's hands, and Zimmerman seems understanding. In a gentle voice, he makes it clear to Mark that he can't come back to the office until he's contacted. Mark doesn't understand why. So sadly, Zimmerman tells Mark that perhaps because of how delicate his own feelings are, he might be able to understand that Zimmerman lives with the detective. Zimmerman walks away, assuring Mark that he'll be calling him and ending their conversation. This was so sad.
Yeah.
You felt his fear and worry?
Yes.
And also this, I don't remember if we talked about it, but when the other detective was killed, before he went into that bathroom, he said, I've got kids.
Yeah.
It's like, Jesus, man. It's just getting sadder and sadder. Like your husband's a terrible detective. I just want to tell you. That's aside.
I mean, you clearly got the job because that's your husband.
Yeah.
Because he was not good at the job.
He's not good at all, but it's still your lover is in peril.
It's very sad because even starting the conversation, he said he didn't come home last night.
Yeah. It's just, and then where we're going.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not even a mystery. We know what the fuck happened to him. So
Yeah.
it's like, it's hard to even watch what he's going through because it's like, I'm sorry.
And we know you've been given the address. We know what you're walking into.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dramatic and dark music plays as we watch Zimmerman pull up to Sebastianstrasse 87. He purposefully walks up to the building, but continues down the street instead when Anna steps out of its doors. He and Anna lock eyes, but he keeps going. And once Anna's out of sight, Zimmerman turns around and heads into the building. He slowly and cautiously makes his way up the steps and finds the first floor apartment. Its door is ajar, and he invites himself inside. Inside, he sees Anna. She's mopping the floor and is not surprised to see him. He tells her that he needs to speak with her, and she tells him that she already guessed that. As Zimmerman makes his way to her on the slick floor, we glide down the hall where a shattered mirror hangs. Zimmerman squats down where Anna kneels, scrubbing the floor. He shows her a picture of the detective, and when he asks if she's seen him, Anna wants to know if she has to talk to him. He tells her that she has to talk to someone eventually, and when she understands that this means him or the police, she asks him why. She stares deeply into his eyes, and Zimmerman admits that she's scaring him. She clutches his hand to her chest and asks him, "Am I not scared?" Zimmerman seems mesmerized by her and tells her, "I see." What is happening?
I don't.
I do not see. He says that the darkness is easeful and the temptation to let go promises so much comfort after the pain. He lowers his head, gripping her hands, and Anna brightens. With a small smile, she tells him, "He's in there," indicating the next room. Zimmerman nods with understanding and rises to his feet, and he heads into the bedroom where he freezes in the doorway. The wall over the bed is streaked with blood, and there's another red sudsy pool at the foot of it. But in the center of the bed, something resembling a human head and torso lies bloody and misshapen. The torso is split in the middle, opening crudely, and the bottom of its body comes together in a tail-like point as two tentacles move lazily at its sides. The misshapen, almost human thing writhes in the center of the bed with no words to communicate and no face to communicate with. Zimmerman breathes, "My God." Anna enters the room explaining that he's very tired. He made love to her all night. Zimmerman's attention is captured by a pair of legs sticking out from behind the door. He rushes to it and identifies the body as belonging to the detective, his partner whose name we finally learn, Emmanuel. I think that's his name. I don't know if like Emmanuel's like a saint or something. I mean, I don't know.
Well, he shouts it almost like a battle cry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why it was like so raw. I thought that
It has
it's
to
him.
be.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Anna gently informs Zimmerman, "He's not finished, you know." Zimmerman finally comes back online. He screams Emmanuel's name and snatches up his gun, firing at Anna. Anna seems unhurt, but a switch flips. She screams and lunges herself at Zimmerman, beating him savagely before grabbing his gun and shooting him in the gut 3 times. Zimmerman freezes before sliding down the wall, mortally wounded. He slumps over onto the ground as his life comes to an end. That was a lot, Robin.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Even after watching her murder the detective, this is still like a whole other fucking level.
Well, she like beats his ass with like a can of condensed milk or some shit. I
Yeah.
don't know what
Yeah.
was going on there.
And I will say, when he enters the room, you can see the condensed milk from previous takes on the floor.
Yeah, it's
But it's fine. It's monster goo.
Yeah.
It's monster goo.
And that's always been there.
You know what? It could be monster goo.
It could be.
Because we do see a substance that looks pretty similar later.
Very
Yeah.
true.
So
Maybe they're like, we spilled all that condensed milk earlier. We need to
right, leave it.
Bring
We'll
it
use
back. Yeah.
it. We'll use it.
continuity. This is wild.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was enough to see it in the darkness in the little corner of the bathroom.
Yeah.
But to see it in the bed more formed, I do wonder, and this is kind of what my first thought was.
All right.
And I know that this came after Possession, but it made me think of Hellraiser.
Okay.
yeah.
It made me think of her killing this first detective and then killing this one to give them to it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And she's like, it's not finished yet. And then she kills him.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking it's like you're helping to make this thing grow.
Mm-hmm.
So it's Uncle Frank.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
because the last time we saw it, it was just like some goo on the side of a wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now it's almost, I mean, it has tentacles. It has a torso.
It's
Yeah.
becoming more humanoid.
yeah.
But that's why, like I said earlier, a lot of this shouldn't be something that I'm like, oh, this is, I like this.
Mm-hmm.
But the wild shit that keeps happening, like I said, that's the only way is like I'm watching a live action anime. Just crazy shit is happening.
Yeah.
There's just, oh, now there's a monster. Oh, now there's like, what the fuck?
And again, with what we said whenever she killed the first detective with the bottle,
Yeah.
where you're like, okay, everything has changed. Now we have a full-fledged creature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything has changed again.
Yeah.
And it's just like, oh, I got to take care of him.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck?
He's tired.
Yeah.
And you're sleeping with it?
Yeah.
That gets so glossed
It
over.
does.
Yeah, no, that.
Because it's between two murders, but she's like, I'm beat.
Yeah.
I am so tired from the night we've spent together.
Well, that's what
I was
she
up
said.
all night. Yeah.
It's like, oh my God. No accounting for taste.
None at all. I did want to talk about the creature that we see here.
Mm-hmm.
This is the work of Carlo Rambaldi. His credits are huge.
Okay.
He did E.T.,
Nice.
Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Okay.
I was excited to read Silver Bullet
Yeah.
Wow.
and Alien.
Nice.
Alien, we actually did talk about him quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I can actually tell you what I saw in an interview as far as how he got involved with the project was actually through Alien.
Okay.
Żuławski and Marie Lurer
Yeah.
went to see Alien in New York City.
Okay.
And whenever they saw it, that is when Żuławski was like, whoever did these things, I need them for Possession.
Okay.
And it was just that simple. But what he was saying and who he was talking about at first was H.R. Giger. And so he tried to get this interview scheduled with him, and they talked to him about it, but he was just too busy with other projects. And so he's like, I will set up a meeting for you with Carlo Rambaldi. So it was Giger who actually was the facilitator to this partnership.
Okay.
And it's very interesting because even the co-screenwriter, 210, he said when we were writing this, the monster is more hidden in the screenplay and described. And he said, so even as the co-writer, I didn't think we would show the creature in the film.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but for Żuławski, it was always part of the intention.
Huh.
He said whenever they were trying to get it made and getting everything together, he actually showed the screenplay to a critic, and the critic was like, do not put this creature in your film. It's going to ruin your film. But Żuławski was insistent because it's important.
Yeah.
And so...
He was right.
Yeah. He obviously brought Rambaldi on board. Incredible filmography.
Yeah.
And we get this incredible work.
I watched an interview, and again, he says some wild shit. Like, I feel like he is just very, from his point of view, or was just very honest of what calling it like he saw it. Okay. So he said that Carlo Rambaldi had arrived in Berlin, and was told, we're shooting tomorrow. We have 2 days to shoot the monster. And he's like, well, what about preparations? He said that for one close-up on Close Encounters, he had 6 weeks to prepare for it.
Wow.
And Żuławski said that he told him, you have 2 days, you have tonight to prepare. This is Europe. Forget Hollywood. So I was like, okay.
Yeah,
he just seems so proud of himself too when he says this.
Yeah.
But the way that he describes it, I wonder if some of this is something that we see later. But he says that in this scene, what they came with was this is his description of it: a giant pink condom with an electric mouth and eyes. That's what he said. He said that he told Rambaldi, this is just a giant penis.
Yeah.
And Rambaldi was like, well, the producer said that this monster is a sexual symbol. And that Żuławski said, that's not a symbol. You may as well just take your pants off. That's what that is.
Jesus.
What?
And
Yeah.
I will say, even on commentary, he just seemed to kind of demean Rambaldi's work.
Yeah.
Because he's even saying, and he's like, and he brought, and to hear Marie-Laure tell it,
Yeah.
she talks about the process, creating it, the shipment of it to Berlin, all these things. And they also, it was very interesting, they shipped it in 5 coffins. And so at customs, everyone was like, what the fuck? But they opened it up and showed him everything. But he's on commentary and he's like, and he brought his condoms or whatever. And it's like, dude,
Yeah.
he worked. Sure, it's made of latex or whatever, but it's like, show some respect for the work that's in your film.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it sounds like he really like kind of dressed him down and went off on him. But he said that suddenly Rambaldi looked 20 years younger and like full of inspiration. And he told Żuławski that he'll have it tomorrow. So he says that he made this iteration that we just saw out of, a lot of it was made out of wood. And he said that there was black string connected to the tentacles and people were moving it so that the tentacles would move, and that Żuławski's assistant was lying underneath it, making it kind of writhe in the bed. But he said Rambaldi was proud.
But not him.
He didn't say that he was or he wasn't.
Jesus.
But, I think that this version of it is so striking, so disturbing, so kind of like gross but intriguing. It's so good.
The motion.
And the way that it moves.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Mark returns to his apartment to find a small parcel at his door marked "From Heinrich with love." Mark peels the paper open to reveal a film reel. Inside, Mark rocks back and forth again very dramatically in his chair as he watches the tape. On the screen, Heinrich records himself in a mirrored wall as Anna speaks French to a dance class behind him. We get closer until we are in the video, watching Anna instruct young girls in proper ballet form. She is firm, but when she stops to correct the form of one of the girls, she becomes harsh. She physically adjusts the girl's form, ignoring the child's whimpering, bordering on tears. She even pulls her hair, forcing her head back to look at her hand outstretched above her. She stares directly into the camera, telling the girl to hold this new form as she struggles and gasps in pain. Finally, the girl yells out, sobbing as she struggles to follow Anna's instruction, and suddenly, Anna drops it, moving away from her and lavishing the next girl with praise. The young dancer cries out, sobbing, as she gives up and flees from the room. And as the door slams, Anna looks after her with teary eyes. She tells the class and Heinrich that now the girl will know how much sheer will she has inside of her. She'll know that she can be better. She can be the best. That is the only way she'll become a success. She confesses that no one told her that. She looks directly into the camera, telling Heinrich that that's why she's with him. Because you say I for me. This is going to sound ridiculous.
Okay.
I love that line deeply. Something about it is poetry. I don't fucking understand.
To be honest, that's a lot of this film, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm cool.
It's like, why do I love this?
Yeah. I was just confused at whatever was happening here. I understand, I guess, a little of what she's trying to say, but it's the making the girl stand in the pose when she's in pain.
Yeah.
And looking at the camera and being like, hold it. What the fuck is happening?
Yeah.
Why I don't like that, and I don't know what's going on.
No, and then when she breaks that girl, she moves on to the next one.
Yeah.
It's like, you're doing a great job.
Yeah.
It's abusive. It's abusive.
She pushes her beyond her limits.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's supposed to be indicative of how she feels with Mark.
Okay.
And then she tells Heinrich, this is why you and me,
Yeah.
you know? That's the only thing I
can
could
see
take
that.
from it.
Or Mark is the first girl and she's pushed him beyond his limits and now she's lavishing praise on Heinrich. I mean, you can look at it both
True.
ways.
Very true.
Okay.
I will say, and this is just a mild theory that I was kind of putting together as far as why, but I really don't know. This ballerina that she does this to appears very similar to a person that we see at the very end of the film that doesn't really have much as far as character in the film,
Okay.
but apparently gets a name in the credits
Yeah.
and has a boot that she's wearing.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if these are connected at all. I do know that character, and we'll get to it later, is more significant apparently in the script, and I'll kind of explain why.
Okay.
I'm interested.
Yeah.
But as the projector whirs, Mark closes his eyes and continues rocking. In another tape, Anna admits to Heinrich that she's thinking about him. She says that she recognizes the self that's done something horrible. She remarks on a sister she's casually met on the street. And in a manic monologue, Anna says that the two sisters are like Faith and Chance. Faith can't exclude Chance, but Chance can't explain Faith. She stumbles through this sentiment, having to start over multiple times when she gets her words mixed up. Her faith didn't allow her to wait for Chance, and Chance didn't give her enough faith. She read that private life is a stage, but she confesses to playing many parts that are smaller than her, but she still plays them. That?
Yeah.
God damn. She says, I suffer, I believe, I am. But she knows there's a third possibility like cancer or madness, but she thinks that's what controls reality. The possibility she's talking about pierces reality. Running her fingers through her hair, she admits that maybe she's struggling to say it. Maybe it's even impossible to say, or maybe she's too stupid. She tells Heinrich that he's looking at her like she's an empty space and needs him to fill her up. She says that she loves him too, but what makes her go on is knowing that he'll return and she'll make him suffer, hurt him, betray him. She says that this brings her small rewards. She can't exist by herself because she's afraid of herself. She's the maker of her own evil. Starting to cry, she stammers out that goodness is only some kind of reflection upon evil.
She's the maker of her own evil.
Yeah.
That, again, says a lot.
Yeah.
And everything that she explains about faith and chance even logically makes sense.
It does.
It's just a very well-written monologue.
Okay. Yeah.
And the way it's performed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we immediately cut to Anna entering the apartment on a different day. It's filthy. Clothes are all over the floor, and Anna immediately picks up a dress and looks it over. She grabs a handful of clothes scattered across the floor and walks past Mark, who asks what she's doing. Anna explains with a smile that she's taking some of Bob's clothes to do the laundry, but she instead shoves the clothes into the fridge and shuts the door.
Everything was clean.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a fucking mess.
Yeah.
Mark sighs deeply as Anna moves over to the pantry, pulling all of its contents off of the shelves and onto the floor. Mark says that he could do the laundry, but Anna insists. It's her job and she's very good at it. Mark proposes that she could maybe do it when Bob's not home, but Anna just continues her joyful wrecking of the kitchen. Mark retreats to the bathroom, catching his breath. He suggests to Anna that it's getting so difficult for her, isn't it? He says that she's not as strong or sure of herself as she thought, so she keeps coming back here. He says that she must be torn apart. He washes his face in the sink, panting, but he says that he can think more clearly now. And this to me is just further manipulation.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to point out, because that monologue and the videos are so kind of intense and powerful. It is kind of funny to me that Heinrich said "From Heinrich with love" and wanted him to fucking watch that. That's wild.
And honestly, what is the purpose of Heinrich even sharing it? It means a lot to us, but for Mark, it's just like, God damn.
Wild. But Mark thinks that maybe when Anna is over there, she wants to be home. But when she's home, she wants to be over there. The noise in the kitchen has grown quiet, and Mark finds Anna in their bedroom, wrestling with a sheet with a pained expression on her face. Mark tells her that if what she has over there is really so strong and unlike anything else she's ever had, she should stick to it and keep it. Anna drops the towel and wrestles with her empty hands, grunting as they hit each other. She looks confused, as if her hands belong to someone else. Mark tells her calmly that it's very quiet when she isn't here, but Anna counters in a screech that it was quiet when he wasn't here. Mark invites her to come sit with him on the couch to see if they can still sit together peacefully. Anna goes over, but she continues to pant and wring her hands together. She is melting down, struggling to even speak. When he asks her if it's the same there, she screams. She chokes out that she messed everything up, even Bob. I was like, why you say fuck me though?
Jeez.
Just trying to have tubby time and fucking mind my own business. She says that she's been a cheat and a liar. She's alone, wounded. She says that Mark thinks she's immoral shit, and she agrees with him, but not for the same reasons. She screams that she feels nothing for no one. Trembling, she tells Mark that it's like the two sisters are too exhausted to fight anymore. She asks if he knows about the women that wrestle in mud, with their hands locked around each other's throats, trying to see who will die first. Staring directly at us with wide eyes, Anna says that they're both staring at her.
I will say that she is lucky that he watched that video and knows who the two sisters are. Yeah.
So is she saying like, really? I did something bad. I'm taking responsibility for this, or is she just like, this sucks?
I think that she's like, you think that I'm a bad person because I cheated and lied. And I also think that I'm a bad person, but it's way fucking worse than you can even comprehend. I don't feel anything for anyone.
I really like that line a lot when she makes that distinction.
Yeah.
Because she's like, I know what you think of me, but you don't know what I think of me.
Yeah.
Okay.
We immediately cut to a statue of crucified Jesus. Anna stares up at him, groaning and whimpering as she begins to cry. This goes on for a while until Anna finally leaves a church. Now, this next part is, depending on how you interpret it, it could be upsetting.
Mm-hmm.
She goes into a train station, wild-eyed and cackling as she makes her way down the hall. She laughs with her whole chest, bouncing along the wall as her voice echoes down the empty walkway. Her laughter turns into maniacal screaming as she throws herself around. She howls and cries, slamming her grocery bag against the wall, causing milk to explode all around her. She convulses, grunting rhythmically as her body quakes. She spasms and flails, a woman possessed, as her ragged breathing and grunting continues. She screams as she whips her head around, throwing herself against the wall before finally collapsing onto the floor. She writhes in the spilt liquid and filth. Finally, we see her, sitting with her legs apart on the ground. A thick white foam pours from her mouth as blood drips down her hair from her ears. The two liquids meet together in a pool of white, red, and green pouring from between her legs. Anna's face is red with strain, and she lets loose an ear-splitting scream.
This is so much to watch visually.
Mm-hmm.
And all you can really do, of course, is just kind of sit there in it and experience the power of this performance. Mm-hmm. The rage, pain, turmoil, just madness of this moment.
Yeah.
And I did want to point out, of course, just absolute applause to Isabelle Adjani.
Yes.
I did see that for this performance, she not only won a Best Actress award at Cannes Film Festival, but also won the César, which is like the French Academy Award.
Good.
Okay. This was actually filmed at 3 a.m. in a portion of the Berlin subway that was closed down for the production.
Okay.
And I don't know how many times they did it, but I doubt this was a one-take situation.
Yeah.
So I imagine she did this more than a few times.
Well, I have some insight to that.
Okay.
According to the director.
I will say, and I was a little, we're giving Żuławski a hard time because there's a lot of shit that he said that is like out of pocket. But I will say, in the commentary, an interviewer asked him, a lot of people would say, what would give you the right as a director to force an actor into these feelings and this emotion of such depth and intensity? And his response was, well, what right does an actress have to make $10 million a film? And he said that it's more vulgar and disgusting to have an actress fake an orgasm than to do something like this. Which, what?
Okay.
I just, again,
all right.
The more I hear from this guy, I'm like,
yeah, it's not he made a brilliant film.
That's true. This is the extent of, but I'm just like, Jesus. But please tell.
Well, in the interview that I saw with him, he said that they had waited to film this toward the end so that trust was built up. Mm-hmm. He said that basically that she had the film on her shoulders, and when she performed this scene, he felt more like a witness than a director, that this scene in the film is not his, it's hers, which I was like, all right. Yeah. But he did say that they did most of this in one take.
Really?
Okay.
He said that they didn't have any monitors. And so there was concern that somebody's foot was in one of the shots. So then they had to reshoot that. And he said, but it was not as good. He was like, really, it's that first take that you see.
Yeah.
Well, I'll shut up then.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't think.
No.
And I mean, I'm not calling the man a liar, but he's got some stories.
But I think I'm kind of with you on that, T. I wouldn't think that it would be one take because when it happens, it is a lot.
Yeah.
And from what we had previously seen, I was like, so she can turn to a werewolf or something? Or because it's very like something very, very bad's happening.
I think the way that he has directed a lot of this, I think I assumed it because I just found it hard to believe that, because it is one long thing that you see. I'm like, I doubt that he would say, oh, that's good.
Yeah.
The first time.
Okay,
yeah.
But, and nothing, of course, against her performance, because I feel like she could nail it in one take.
Yeah.
But I just feel like his
way that
behavior.
he talks. Yeah.
But again, just watching it, there are so many things that it could represent, and it spawns so many theories to elaborate on, and it validates many theories and invalidates some theories depending on how you interpret this scene. Mm-hmm. So it's very challenging, this whole film is.
Yeah.
And I will say, the first time that I watched this, I thought that she was talking to Mark, she left the apartment, went to the church, and then this happened.
Me too.
This is her retelling. We're still on the couch.
Yeah, no, that's what I figured.
Really?
I was like, this happened before.
Yeah, I was very shocked because we go immediately back and she's like, well, what had happened was.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, shit.
Yeah, so that's and the only reason I came to that conclusion was because of her telling him this story, and I was like, okay, so are we ready to heal from this? Or are we ready to move on and talk about this now that you're being open with what was going on? Look, crazy shit happened or whatever. Then I'm like, okay, maybe this is gonna go in a different direction or whatever, but it stays with the crazy shit.
Yeah.
I think it was kind of just an abrupt cut, and it's also jarring.
Yeah.
I think that's why I'm like, okay, so then she left the apartment, and this is the next thing.
Yeah.
And it does go on, and it probably goes on for less of a length than we feel it.
I'm sure you're right.
Because that sequence, to me, I'm like, they spent 5-6 minutes in the subway, and they probably didn't.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I will say too, there are a lot of kind of like religious theories and subtexts and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And I do want to point out that it was not lost on me which a lot of religious things are, it was not lost on me that this sequence was triggered while she's looking up at a statue of Jesus.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that can't mean nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there is a line later that she says to Mark that is very indicative of possibly the symbolism of maybe the Antichrist.
I have read a lot of
Okay.
people theorizing that.
So, I mean, there are plenty of ways to take it. If you look at it on the level of just, I mean, it's so rich that you can go anywhere with it.
Yeah.
But back on the couch with Mark, eerily calm, Anna tells him that what she miscarried there was Sister Faith. What she is left with is Sister Chance. She rationalizes that she had to take care of her faith to protect it. Mark asks if that's what she's doing there, and staring straight ahead, Anna tells him yes. There is a prevalent theory that is what, I think that it's the theory that you subscribe to, John Paul, that is what the creature in the bed is.
Right.
And I feel like if that is true, that's what she's saying.
Yeah.
I have to protect it. You know what I mean? So I go back and forth.
I think as the film progresses, there are things that don't align with that, but then there are ways to make it make sense.
Yeah.
Right.
So again, it's just so up for interpretation. And there's something that Żuławski said in an interview that I'll talk about a little bit later that literally makes it to where it really is up to your interpretation.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You know what? Upon further reflection, there's no time like the present. I'll tell it. I'll tell it right now. Because it was kind of in regard to this scene, but also in part what we see later. And it's not really much of a spoiler, as we've seen enough of what this creature is.
Right.
We just saw this very impactful scene in the subway. But paraphrasing and also quoting somewhat what he said that it is kind of the representation of evil and the birth of political ideology. He said, it's kind of demonstrating how it is created, put into the world, what becomes of it, who takes it, who uses it for their own means, how it's born, it becomes flesh and blood, and starts its own independent life, and it kills. And what he said, the quote was, I dare you to give an explanation of this thing, but I dare you too, and I dare myself to give a coherent explanation of evil.
Damn.
Okay.
So
he ate with that one.
Yeah, that's a great quote.
That was good.
But again, that kind of leads to this incoherence because it's almost intentionally incoherent.
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounds like he's just like, you figure it out. I don't give a fuck.
And that's another way to.
Yeah.
With a look of quiet alarm, Mark touches Anna's face gently and tells her that she's hardened. For the first time, she looks vulgar to him. Anna gets up and walks away. Mark stays on the couch and tells her a memory from his childhood. He describes a dying dog hiding under the porch as he slips away. He says at that last moment, the dog yelps in terror as if he's seen something real. He closes his eyes before calmly telling Anna that he wants her to take off the ring and the watch that he gave her the last time he was here. Anna dramatically wrestles the jewelry off and places it in Mark's hand. She grabs a plate and a mug, telling Mark not to forget to give Bob his yogurt. Suddenly, though, she drops the dishes. They shatter on the ground as Anna runs from the room, telling him that she's got to go. Mark stands, asking if he threw himself at her feet and yelped, would she still walk over him? Anna tells him, yes.
I mean, firstly, I just want to point out that she told him this harrowing story, and he's like, wow. Now give me back that watch and ring.
Give my shit back.
That's crazy, dude. That's just indicative of who he is.
But again, it's give me my shit back. She gives it back. I'm leaving.
Wait.
Well, if I threw myself at your
he's-
feet, like he's doing too fucking much. Manipulation.
Mm-hmm.
But Mark rushes to her and does just that, collapsing at her feet. True to her word, Anna does not break stride as she rushes past him.
It's very esoteric, but you remember when Homer was Stonecutter and he was number one, and then he
Of
walked into
course.
the classroom and Skinner dropped? This was very...
And crawled out back.
Yeah, this is very close to that, I will say.
Later, Mark calls Heinrich's home, and when his mother answers, he identifies himself as Anna's husband. Heinrich's mother tells him that Anna isn't there, and Mark abruptly asks if she loves her son. When she's surprised by the question, he tells her to tell him that he loves him too. He loves everyone and everything, actually. He's become wise and profound and good. She asks if he wants to talk to Heinrich because they're having coffee, but Mark says that he doesn't want to talk to him, and he doesn't want their coffee to get cold because he loves their coffee. Mark, stop. Shut up.
He loves their coffee.
He loves everything and everyone.
This is too much.
He says with a smile that he just wants her to tell Heinrich that Anna's address is Sebastianstrasse 87, first floor. At the school, Helen plays hopscotch with Bob. Mark runs through the gates, apologizing for being late, but she tells him that it's okay. Mark takes Bob by the hand, and Helen gives the child a warm goodbye as they start to walk off. But before he gets to the gates, he turns back. Leaving Bob behind, he walks back to Helen and coquettishly clutching her books, Helen hands him a piece of paper. When he asks what it is, she tells him with a shrug that it's her name. Mark turns and walks back to his son.
So I was a little confused here. You were over there the other day.
Mm-hmm.
You were in bed with your top off.
At minimum.
Right.
Yeah.
Then after whatever happened, y'all said bye and left on not bad terms or whatever. I know, but you didn't give him the name then. And when you met her and she's like, oh, I see your wife every day when she drops off your son. And he's like, well, you see me now. Okay, you didn't.
No.
No. And the weirdness of their meeting after that night.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the morning.
I thought that could have been where she gave
oh,
her
yeah,
name
yeah.
instead of this scene way later.
Yeah,
It's
I don't
very
know.
odd.
Yeah.
It is. Heinrich pulls up to Sebastianstrasse 87 on his motorcycle, and he parks right in front of Zimmerman's abandoned blue car. In the apartment, Anna pants as Heinrich presses her against the wall and caresses her body. He tells her that he understands when she said she needed time, but now it's time enough. He asks what she's doing here, and when Anna tries to pull away, he cautions her not to resist because she knows he's stronger. What the fuck?
That's not sexy, dude.
No!
I was like, calm your ass down, dude. That's not okay.
All of this, even before he said that, is a problem.
Yes!
Yeah.
Heinrich informs her that he's the only person in her life that has rights on her because he doesn't claim any. He spins around, positioning himself against the wall, and now Anna is pressing him into it and leaning into him. Heinrich unveils a small folded paper and holds it up. He tells her that he brought it from India, and this is what the French poet Michal was talking about. He slides his fingers into her hair, telling her that he kept it for her because with it, love opens to absolutely unknown horizons. Entranced, Anna repeats, absolutely unknown. They've twisted around, Anna pressed against the wall now as they writhe together. Sliding his hand between her legs, Heinrich tells her that he's shown her the door to God, and this door is always open. The two stay entwined with each other as they make their way into another room. Heinrich scoops up the bouquet of flowers he presumably brought Anna and gives them back to her as he starts to get undressed. I love that he's like, well, like it's time
Yeah.
to, it's like, what the... Yeah, this dude lost all his glitz.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
So I don't care what kind of weed you bring. You get out of here with
yeah,
that.
no, we're not doing that. But as he does, he notices her attention is elsewhere, and when he follows her gaze, he is brought to that horrible bedroom. His eyes wide, he asserts that this is a joke. Propped in the corner, bloody and hunched, is the figure of a person. It moves with great effort, finally raising what would appear to be its head to look at Heinrich. The head is long and narrow, and instead of a face, there's a crude suggestion of a mouth, and two small green circles are open wide on either side. It blinks its beady eyes and opens its mouth to breathe out noisily. I don't know if this is what Żuławski was talking about when referring to the giant penis
Uh-huh.
with the electronic mouth and eyes, but I don't know.
I don't know either. All I know is that it seems like it's progressing and becoming more and more humanoid.
Yeah.
Right.
And the face was jarring. It was startling.
It was.
And it's like it's breathing.
like a fish
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah. Stricken, Heinrich backs out of the room, blinded by what he's seen. He gropes out for Anna, but she just walks coolly to the kitchen, placing her bouquet inside of the fridge as she comments that they're starting to smell. On the bottom shelf of the fridge, cut up and neatly stored, are dismembered body parts, including a head. Gifted again with his sense of sight, Heinrich says that it can't be true, but Anna closes the fridge, telling him she's got to keep the place neat and well. Heinrich backs away, but Anna turns toward him with a knife, asking if he's going to help her. She laughs as she flips the collar of his shirt, playfully nicking at his chest with the tip of the knife. She tells him that he's nothing different than anyone else. We're all the same, but in different worlds, different bodies, different versions. Driving the knife into the side of his chest, she likens us to insects, meat. Stunned and bleeding, Heinrich panics at the sight of his own blood and flees from the apartment. Anna stares after him angrily before returning to the bedroom. The tentacled thing in the bed breathes loudly as she begins to slip off her dress.
So, firstly, I was very surprised by how the scene ended because it's like,
It's like,
after all that,
well, she was a little horned up.
Yeah.
back to it.
Yeah.
The thing with Heinrich, he arrived kind of acting in a different way to obviously how he'd been acting before,
Yeah.
but somewhat more in line with how Mark has been acting, I wanted to say.
Yes.
And when she said that line to him about needing to keep it neat, that feels like a fuck you to Mark with what he had said to her about the clothes and his expectations of her.
Oh, okay.
So it feels like this is all encompassing for her where she's kind of conflating them together now.
All right. That shit hurt me when she was cutting them.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
With the little nicks, I was like, God. I was like, stop.
When she's just doing it like nothing.
Yeah.
Well, he's just meat.
He's just
you
me.
stab him a couple times for the shit he was doing earlier, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
you know,
No,
Yeah.
the one in the chest. He had, Heinrich had that coming.
I put on my notes, I said, I kind of don't mind that she stabbed Heinrich.
yeah.
I will say, though, I was surprised that he left, that
Yeah,
he
me too.
lived.
Yeah, I was too. He's got to live to tell the tale. It's very important for what comes next. But
yeah.
I will say as well, kind of metaphorical interpretations of her stabbing him.
Okay.
Just something to think about.
Yeah. Outside, Heinrich races past his bike to the phone booth. In the apartment, Mark and Bob play with Bob's toys. Mark crashes a plane, and as he calls for the authorities, he answers the phone. We can't hear Heinrich on the other end, but Mark looks pretty thrilled. He tells Heinrich to stay where he is, but when a bar is proposed, Mark smiles. He tells Heinrich to bleed for a while, and he'll be there as soon as he can. Now, I think both of these men are kind of piece of shit, okay?
Yeah.
But I can't, if you're Mark and this dude called you and he's like, Anna stabbed me. Like, you got to delight in that a little bit, right?
Yeah, he got pretty giddy, dude.
Yeah, he was loving that shit.
Yeah. I did want to say that something that I realize even more, I know we mentioned it earlier, about siren noises as Bob plays.
Yeah.
But it seems like every time he plays with toys, it's something with disaster and destruction.
That's
Yeah.
true. And I didn't pick up on that, but that's true. But while Mark is on the phone, the doorbell rings and he absently tells Bob to go answer it. Bob lets in Margie, carrying a bag of groceries in each arm. Mark hangs up the phone and asks Margie to sit with Bob for a while. And when Bob asks what's going on, Mark picks his son up and twirls around, holding him up in the air. With a big smile, he answers Bob's question. Mommy is calling me. A, that's not what happened.
No.
Yeah.
B, stop bringing Bob into the shit.
Yeah.
I just hate that she loves Heinrich more than us. It's like, what the?
More than you.
Yeah.
Yes!
Yeah, you.
He sucks. Margie looks at Mark with sadness before collapsing in the kitchen, the groceries falling on top of her. Mark wanders down the street, marveling at Heinrich's bike parked in front of the apartment building. When he enters and finds Anna's door locked, he lets himself in. He looks around the vast apartment, but when he comes to the bedroom, he rushes to inspect the bed. It's empty and clean. He looks around with wide eyes as he explores more of the apartment, batting a fly away when he gets to the kitchen. The door to the fridge is ajar, and when he pulls it open the rest of the way, a horrified expression takes over his face. He lets out an uneasy laugh, but we immediately cut to him standing in the middle of the apartment and gagging as we swirl around him. He spins and pants and panics before screaming and running out onto the balcony. In the fresh air and in sight of the wall, he catches his breath until finally his face twists into a smile. Back inside the apartment, he drags a heavy trash bag into the kitchen. He turns on the gas to the stove and turns it all the way up. The flies buzz noisily as he checks that his gun is loaded, and he looks in again at the fridge with its body parts. He hums to himself as he does the work, and we next see him running down the street into the bar where he's supposed to meet Heinrich. He stumbles into the bar looking for Heinrich, and he finally finds him, standing awkwardly by the pinball machines. He whispers harshly, "Not here. Go to the toilet." In the bathroom, Mark snidely offers Heinrich a Tampax, and Heinrich is wounded, asking how Mark can make a joke when he is so hurt.
He is
Easy,
injured. Do you remember what you've done to me?
It's like, remember when you punched me all slow and then carried me out on your back?
It was very slow.
Yeah,
And also the matter of my wife.
yeah, that too.
Heinrich is frantic, reporting to Mark that there are bodies in there. He saw the blood. Then there was the monster, a joke, but it was alive. Mark stays casual, telling Heinrich that he's just drunk and maybe Anna didn't want to see him. Heinrich flat out says that Anna is killing people. Doesn't Mark understand? But Mark says that he does understand. If that's the case, why did Heinrich call him and not the police? Heinrich just says that Anna is sick and there are dead bodies in her house. Fiddling with a toothpick poking through his teeth, Mark tells Heinrich that he doesn't believe him. He thinks that maybe Heinrich is just stoned. Maybe he's done this to himself and he's learning to suffer. Leaning in close to Heinrich and raising his voice, Mark says that this would be an achievement. Heinrich says sadly that he feels for people, but Mark disagrees. He says that Heinrich talks for people and takes their wives. Heinrich yells that he takes what he wants and he's at peace with himself. Like, okay.
All right.
I mean, as long as you're good with it, dude. He tells Mark that he called him because they need to help Anna. He alludes to having seen something else, something that wasn't human. When he struggles to describe it, Mark leans into him, asking if it was divine. Maybe Heinrich just saw God and he didn't even realize it.
See, again, with these illusions.
Yeah.
And also, there is some religious connotation I read as far as him immediately seeing this creature and going blind.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, there's a lot here to mine.
He smiles mockingly, saying that Heinrich surely believes in God. He's even reached him through fucking or dope. He grins, asking if he's right. But Heinrich won't stray from the point. He says that they have to do something, but Mark tells him snidely that he's not doing anything. Heinrich pleads that he has to. It's honor. It's murder. Suddenly, he turns to Mark, cloth stuck between his side and his arm where he was stabbed. His white ensemble stained a deep crimson and his eyes wide and unfocused. Heinrich tells Mark that if he's not going to help him and he wants to keep him quiet, he's going to have to pay him. I was like, all right, this was...
What?
Yeah.
This was a left turn. He says that he knows Mark has money, so he can send him on a long trip to restore his harmony.
Well, we all saw him precariously dangling that briefcase on his knee. That was filled with cash.
It was.
He was flush with cash.
Raising his arms and leaning back against the wall, Heinrich asserts that he deserves it. He laments that if only Mark had seen what he saw. Suddenly, he retches and runs to the sink. He vomits loudly and dramatically into the porcelain. As he continues to heave, Mark just leaves the bathroom. He finds an area full of trash and carefully plucks up a feather and a shoe. Now, the way, you know what, dude? This genuinely made me think, because the surrealism is so heavy and you're like, oh, like I can see politically kind of what's being said here, religiously what is being said here, just like person to person, romantically, partnerships, da-da-da, whatever, society, women, all of this shit. Then there are these moments that literally feel like you're playing Monkey Island and you're allowed to pick up the shoe and you're going to use it for something. Like,
Yeah.
because what he does with this feather, dude, made me fucking laugh out loud.
That was very silly. I was like, it was like a MacGyver. What do I got around me? This. I was like, what the fuck?
It's
This is a point and click adventure game. This is Monkey Island.
Rubber chicken with the pulley in the middle. Like, well, this is definitely going to be
We're using this for something.
too specific.
But he gathers himself, and when someone starts walking down the hall toward him, he casually makes his way back to the bathroom. He passes Heinrich, still cleaning himself up in the sink, and goes into one of the stalls. He shoves the shoe down into the toilet, clogging the hole, and flushes it. As the bowl fills with water, he picks up the lid for the tank before opening his mouth and dramatically dangling the feather into the back of his throat.
All right.
This was very funny.
It is. But one thing I will say is this is the first spy-like thing he's done.
Yeah, that is true.
Because he has
true, yeah.
items at his disposal and he formulates a plan immediately.
That is true.
Why could he use his finger?
I don't know. A feather is easier, I guess. Maybe
I was like,
no hesitation.
Are you trolling us?
Yeah.
What is this? That's hilarious to me. That's so funny. But Mark begins to gag and lowers himself into the flooding toilet to vomit. When the mystery person leaves the bathroom, Mark begins to call out for Heinrich to help him because he's sick, which is a lot of nerve. Dude.
Yes.
Yeah. He's over there bleeding and shit.
And again, help you. You're sick. You were just fine.
Yeah.
You were making fun of me.
You just offered me a tampon when I've been stabbed.
That's right.
He's like, oh, my stomach.
And what's even like more upsetting to me is Heinrich's reaction.
Yeah.
Heinrich fires back that he's the one wounded, not Mark. But Mark pleads with him, crying and spitting. As soon as Heinrich opens the door of the stall, because of course he does, Mark bashes him over the head with the toilet tank lid. He positions Heinrich in the stall on his knees, leaning over the toilet bowl before shoving Heinrich's head inside. He wipes the lid before placing it back over the tank. A quick search of Heinrich's pockets presents him with the drugs from India that Heinrich tried to share with Anna, but Mark just dumps this over Heinrich's body. He flushes the toilet, causing the dirty water to flood up over Heinrich's head and pour onto the floor. With the door closed and locked, Mark crawls out from the top of the stall.
So I did want to say where we spoke of color theory, where the yellow, which I arrived at independently, meaning caution and all these things, they intentionally spoke about this bathroom on commentary and made it very, very red.
Okay.
Oh, well.
And so that is, he is wounded.
Yeah.
He's going to die, blood, etc.
Yeah.
But he also said, Żuławski, because the interviewer on the commentary asked him why this death for Heinrich.
Yeah.
And Żuławski simply said that he hates Heinrich and that not Mark, Żuławski.
Yeah.
And so this is the death that you give to someone you hate.
Okay.
Drowning in a toilet full of vomit. Well, he said, I can't remember if we mentioned that Heinrich was the representation of the man that Żuławski's wife left him for.
Okay.
So then,
yeah. But I was kind of floored by this death as well.
Yeah.
Because it's so kind of bizarre, like the sequence of events that have happened, and Mark is kind of like relishing in Heinrich even calling him and saying that Anna attacked him. He is really staging a cover-up for Anna's crimes. He goes to meet Heinrich and he does this silly fucking spy versus spy shit with the feather. And then when you step back from it all, you're like, oh wait, Heinrich is dead.
Yeah. And I think that it kind of comes into what we do to each other and what we're willing to do for each other. because I think that learning that Anna attacked Heinrich, he's thinking, finish this job for her.
And she'll be back with me.
And she'll be back with me.
Yeah.
See, that's kind of where I had came with it, because I was like, he's still trying to protect Anna. I was like, or is it like you're saying, if he's like, if I just do this, she's got to come back.
I think it's a little bit of both.
Yeah.
And especially with this cover-up going on at the apartment, because he's like, I'm protecting you.
See, it was there because I was like, why'd you leave the gas on? I was like, are you trying to cover this up?
Which is honestly wild, because he doesn't know when she's going to be back.
No, not at all.
At all.
But I also think, knowing Mark, that it could be like, look at what happened to you when I wasn't here, but I came back and I fixed everything. You need me, you know?
He's very manipulative.
Yeah. But he does return to Anna's apartment, where the gas is still hissing loudly. Mark carefully sets a bulb on a pack of matches before fleeing. He races out of the apartment and onto the street just as a fire breaks out. A woman on the street corner is overjoyed, laughing her head off and praising God's light for avenging them, giving it out clean and getting it back dirty. She cackles as she skips away, but Mark jumps onto Heinrich's motorcycle and speeds off, ignoring the gathering crowd on the street watching the fire. It's giving Zed's dead, baby. Zed's dead. But I'm like, what insult to injury to murder this man and then steal his bike?
Yeah. That's unbelievable. And I'm sorry, but can we talk about this lady for a second?
Yeah.
What's going on in her day that this is her reaction to?
She's like, oh, hell yes, dude.
Well, really, though, what we seen, what was in there?
Yeah.
So, did she know something?
Wait.
Or what is...
Oh, wait, no, that wasn't true. That was the cover. I was like, he said someone was complaining about noise or something, but he made that up. The bad detective.
Yeah.
So never mind.
Mark goes back to his apartment, parking in front of Zimmerman's light blue car. He runs inside and tries to get to the elevator, but the door is already open and Margie stands inside. Balancing on her casted leg, she turns, revealing that her throat has been slit. Blood pours over her body and dress as she collapses into Mark's arms. He carries her back into his apartment and lies her down on the bathroom floor. He is now covered in her blood as he looks around the apartment, finding Anna in the bedroom. Eerie music plays as he holds his arms out to her, trembling. Anna goes over to him and cradles his face as he begins to cry. Again, I'm not ready for any of this.
Yeah.
It's been a day for Mark.
Yeah.
It's been a day for Anna.
Well, yeah, she's attacked at least 2 people with a knife.
Yeah.
Yes.
In the kitchen, she washes Margie's blood off of Mark. The two stand wordlessly as they gaze at each other, and Anna plants a small kiss on Mark's lips before hugging him. She asks him in a whisper, "Do you believe in God?" Mark asks, "In God?" With a smile, Anna tells him, "It's in me."
That again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And also, it does kind of go into what Heinrich said on the postcard again.
Okay.
Yeah,
He told her.
he did. She smiles up at him, lowering herself to her knees. She looks up at Mark and tells him breathlessly, "Take me." Mark goes down to her level and starts to kiss her face and neck, but Anna is entranced. Her eyes are wide and full of tears as Mark kisses her. We get a very close shot of Anna's face, presumably as the flesh is being shown, before we join them again on the kitchen floor. In his post-nut clarity,
All right.
Mark asks if Margie saw it. Anna says yes, and Mark presumes that this is why she killed her. Anna admits this in a whisper because Margie tried to take it away from her. Propping himself up on his arm, Mark asks if this faith is really that helpless, and Anna says simply that it must be protected. Mark asks, "Like a child?" Anna agrees. Again, more evidence to this creature was born in the subway theory. But Mark says for him, though, God is still under the porch where the dog died. It's on the branch of a eucalyptus tree where he would lie for hours and watch the clouds changing the color of the grass below. This was beautiful.
Yeah.
Anna just gets up and starts to put her dress on.
Like, well, that's enough of that, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah, she says that she needs money because she has to leave.
So you'll take care of Margie's corpse, right?
You got this, right?
It's wild.
She says she cleaned all the mess she made, but she didn't know where to go. It's unsafe there because people keep trying to take it away from her. Mark tells Anna to leave him the car and go wait at Margie's. This is another point that we kind of glossed over, but she stole fucking Zimmerman's car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He passes her the keys and asks if she knows how to drive a motorbike. Anna nods that she does because Heinrich taught her.
Oh, dude.
I did not ask you that.
Yeah, you didn't need to say that last
Nope.
part. Just yes, will do.
You know what? Actually, you can clean this up yourself.
Yeah.
Now that I'm remembering.
All right, Bob, pack your bag. Let's go.
Yeah, let's get the fuck out of here.
Your mother's going to jail for a very long time.
She takes the keys and Mark assures her that he'll take care of Bob and everything. On Monday, he'll go to the bank and take the money out. Anna leans forward, obstructing our view of the doorway as she gathers her shoes and tells Mark that if Bob wakes, tell him. But when she leans back again, Bob is standing in the doorway. Anna runs to him, picks him up, and hugs him. She hands him over to Mark, who assures him that it's okay and to go to sleep. Anna says that she has to go and warns Mark to close the door. He asks her, because it's here with you? And she tells him harshly, yes. Mark does as he's told and cradles his son as he closes them into the kitchen. So I guess that is why it wasn't in the bed when Mark went there.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people think that this creature does not exist physically at all.
I can't subscribe to that theory.
I don't
no.
either. But I feel like, again, with this film, you can support almost any theory.
That is
But then there are
true.
some things that don't fit. But I think that it's easily explained that it wasn't there because she had already taken it.
Mm-hmm. I think everybody's reaction to it in the apartment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's not as if they had only seen the bodies in the fridge or
That is
something.
true.
Right.
That is
Yeah.
true.
They're looking at the bed. He goes, Heinrich's like, is this a joke?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what the
fuck?
fuck is happening here?
And even so, whatever you think that the creature is, because I've read it's a physical representation of her guilt. It is the Antichrist. It is her faith.
Yeah.
I still think that it is a creature. I still think whatever
Yeah.
it represents or whatever it is physically there.
Mm-hmm.
And poor Bob, what's got to be going through that kid's head right now? Like right in this moment, I was like, man, you woke up at the wrong time.
Literally,
dude.
he's like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Later in the bathroom, Mark wrestles Margie's body into a clear plastic tarp before carrying it downstairs and putting it into the trunk of Zimmerman's car.
Very casual.
Very casual. It was giving American Psycho, but not really because Patrick Bateman, he was sweating.
Yeah.
He was sweating and the bag wasn't clear.
Yeah.
It's not giving American Psycho at all. Bodies went in both trunks.
Mm-hmm.
He closes and locks the trunk before running back to his apartment. Back inside, the phone rings. When Mark picks it up, it's Heinrich's mother. She apologizes for disturbing him at the late hour, but Heinrich calls her every night so that she doesn't worry, and he hasn't called her. Mark offers that maybe he just forgot her number.
Really?
Oh, but she tells him that he doesn't understand. Mothers can always tell when their sons are in trouble. Mark asks if maybe she's worried that Heinrich isn't there having sex with Mark's wife, but Heinrich's mother just proposes that they could come over to her house. She just put clean sheets on the bed and she could make them dinner. They need the protein.
Yeah. I mean,
Food is fuel. But Mark asks if she realizes who she's talking to, and she insists that she does. She went over there. She says that there aren't any apartments at that address. There's only a smoking hole where the police won't let anyone go. So she says she went to the bar on the corner to call home and see if Heinrich had come back. But Heinrich was there. Mark is spinning in a circle now, and we are spinning around him. He prods her to continue, and she tells him that, of course, she recognized his body, even though no one else did. He asks if she identified him for the police, but she says no. It was only his body. His soul was gone. Mark offers that maybe Heinrich and his soul had parted company long before then. Of course, Heinrich's mother does not appreciate this. She accuses Mark of not knowing what he's talking about. And although Mark concedes this, Heinrich's mother does not miss the opportunity to go in on his ass. She tells him that he must have seen Heinrich as someone better and more beautiful than himself. In fact, when Anna met him, she immediately worshipped his soul, and Mark sent him there. Mark has made his way to the kitchen in the dark apartment and is turning the overhead light on and off, on and off. He tells the woman that he recognizes Heinrich's superiority in every way. In fact, he was proud that Anna accepted him, but now Anna is missing. He says that he's alone with their little boy, and he presumes that maybe all of this is Anna's fault. He'll find her and find out what Anna has done with Heinrich's soul, and then he'll come to her and tell her. Mark pulls Zimmerman's car up to Helen's apartment building. She waits outside and watches quietly as Mark pulls his sleeping son from the back seat. He carries Bob over to Helen and drops him in her arms, along with his bag and backpack. Helen asks if he's coming up, and he tells her that he's in too much of a hurry. She asks if this is about his wife, and he answers honestly that it is. She asks him to promise her something. She tells him, whatever it is. Mark looks up at her and tells her, I promise.
What?
I don't know.
I'd like to know.
I would love to know.
Because it's abruptly done.
Yes.
Yeah. And you're just, and the thing too, I thought, okay, no questions asked. You're just dropping Bob off, and then she's like, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on.
But again, if this is his idealized version, she doesn't ask questions. She doesn't like, I need you to do this. The dishes are dirty. I'm horny. Whatever. Like, she is just filled every void, every role, everything that he has expected, wanted, or needed. My son needs somebody to finish his bath.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. So again, I gotta go. I got a body in the trunk, and my son needs to stay the night somewhere. He can stay here. Okay.
Right, sure.
Yeah. Next stop is Margie's apartment. Even when Mark enters the building and makes his way to Margie's unit, he hears Anna moaning. The moans grow louder as Mark enters the apartment, and he physically recoils at the sound. After some dramatics, he forces himself to keep moving forward until he reaches the bedroom. Anna's moans mingle with screams as Mark sees what is happening. On Margie's bed, Anna lies nude under the tentacled creature. She looks up at him from underneath the creature's full head of hair, which is new. I don't remember hair before. Mark watches in horror, repulsed and intrigued, but the horror eventually falls from his face and he just takes in this display. Looking up at him as the tentacled thing thrusts on top of her, in between moans, Anna repeats again and again, almost. Mark nods in understanding.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say if I'm Mark, I'm very upset at seeing this.
Yeah. I mean, he took this a lot better than
He did. Honestly. I don't know what I expected. He has, disposed of a body and killed a man today.
Yeah.
He's done a lot.
So for him to just kind of sit there and take in the show of this situation was very surprising.
But I also feel like looking at this thing has made everybody react strangely. Like Heinrich went blind. I feel like when Anna's in its presence, she's like trance-like at times. Like there's a duality where she's scared and then all of a sudden she's laughing and she's breaking bottles.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's like some weird influence. And at first Mark looks repulsed, but then he's like, all right, like, okay.
Yeah.
Do I remember him kind of kneeling a little bit?
Maybe.
He was coaching.
Sam, all right. I was going to make a joke, Sam kneeling, but I guess
Yeah, well.
gotta go the filthy route. Gotta work blue over here.
Well, that's okay.
Always. Yeah. I did want to point out that thing that I couldn't say at the top when Żuławski pitched this to Paramount.
Yes.
He said it's a film about a woman that fucks an octopus.
That's not how you sell a film.
It's not.
Wait, so this film is Burt Cooper's painting from Mad Men?
You enjoyed it there, so.
Like, and it's suddenly
now
wrong
it's bad. Okay.
I mean, it is very, I don't even know if strange is the word for what's happening here.
Yeah, I don't know if strange is enough.
Yeah.
And for me personally, the film that you're trying to make with all this meaning, that's the pitch you choose to make to Paramount?
Yeah. I mean, in my mind, I can only assume that it was like, how cool are you guys? You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to say this wild fucking thing, and if y'all want to move forward from there, then we're fine.
I just imagine them huddling for a moment. We're out.
Yeah.
But Mark goes to Heinrich's house next. When Heinrich's mother answers the door, her eyes are wide. Mark averts his own and says nothing. He doesn't need to. She says, Heinrich's dead. Mark says yes. She asks if he found Anna. Mark says yes again, and Heinrich's mother steps aside to let Mark into the house. As they walk inside, she tells him he comes like the angel of death, the one who kills, which...
Interesting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mark admits that he thought about killing Heinrich. She asks, and now? And Mark says that he doesn't know. He's like, well, I did.
Yeah, I did it. So
Yeah.
It's done.
don't have to think about it anymore.
No. She asks him if he saw anything that made him change his mind. And Mark says that he doesn't know what he saw, but Heinrich saw it too. Heinrich's mother asks if he's come to tell her that he doesn't know where her son's soul is. And Mark admits that that's true. She tells him that it would be nice to think that the soul can live outside the body, that even though the body only lives for a time, the soul lives forever. But that's not the truth. They step into a small bedroom, and Mark says that he doesn't know anymore, but Heinrich's mother says that she does. They sit across from each other as she snatches up a framed photo of a woman and a little girl. She tells Mark that she has to be on her son's side, even if Heinrich wronged him. She says that she knows everything about Heinrich and she loves him. She tells Mark that she was wondering which is worse, take away someone's wife, to hurt a child, or to kill. These are weird things to measure against each other.
Yeah.
She shows the photo to Mark, telling him that Heinrich also had a wife and child. She says that she used to like the wife, just like she liked Anna. She had to like them because they both loved Heinrich. She crosses the room and says that the world is only what it is, murderous if we are best at it. Black pills sit on a tiny tray, and Heinrich's mother takes them all with a drink of water. Mark stands as she walks over to the small bed surrounded by plants. She assures Mark that he doesn't need to worry about her. She lies on top of the bed on her back, proclaiming that she doesn't want to be here if Heinrich isn't here anymore. Mark sits down on the bed, gently setting the framed photo next to the old woman and taking her hand. The wind blows the window open next to them.
I thought this was an amazing, visual
Yes.
representation of her soul
Yeah.
leaving.
It's so fucking sad.
Yeah. That was what I thought. I was like, well, at least the window's open so she can get out.
Yeah.
She's not stuck here.
The next morning, synth plays as Mark looks down into the river where the body of a dead dog floats. A man comes up behind him, warning him cryptically that that dog didn't die of old age.
Why do you sound proud?
Yeah. What is that?
No shit. He asks, "What about you, Mark?" This man is played by Maximilian Ruthline. Mark turns and walks away, but the man follows him. He says that their man doesn't want to deal with Mark's successor. He wants Mark. In fact, there is no successor. He says that they can take care of drowning dogs, but he pleads with Mark to help them take care of the drowning world. He says it's uneconomical for Mark to waste himself on dogs, even dogs he loved. Mark says that he met a man who loved everything, and he died in a flood of shit. The man smiles and says that they know that, but that's just details. Mark says that when he was a little boy, he had a dog named Louie. When Louie crawled under the porch to die, Mark stayed with him. The man doesn't understand, but Mark leans in, admitting that he wanted to see what made Louie crawl under there. The man says that none of them are boys anymore, and he asks if he needs to prove it. Mark walks back to where they came from, to the car where an acolyte played by Thomas Frey waits.
This is very upsetting.
Mm-hmm.
Just this exploration of his mentality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the fact of him, and even just the idea of Heinrich to him and what he represents.
Yeah.
He loved everything and he died in a pool of shit.
Yeah.
What does that say?
It's devastating.
Yeah.
And even when he talked earlier to Anna about his dog, when he said that dying yelp, it was like he had seen something real. It's just like...
And the dying yelp, and he says, if I kneel and yelp, will you stay?
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
he's dying.
Okay.
It's a lot.
Yeah. This is where it kind of gets a little...
Yeah.
This is another film.
Yeah. Again, it keeps changing.
Yeah.
And I want to say as well, did anyone else forget that he had a job?
Yes.
Okay. Because the fact that they're coming up and they're reminding him of these things and talking about that meeting that happened earlier.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like, oh, yeah.
Yeah. He has a whole life outside of this.
This creature and all this.
We cut to Mark driving down the street on the motorcycle. Cop cars are parked outside of a house, and when Mark gets off the bike to investigate, he hears one of them say that the home belongs to Zimmerman. Mark makes a quick U-turn and hails a cab. As soon as he gets into the back seat, he presses his gun into the uncredited cab driver's neck. He tells him to back up and ram directly into the police car. Somehow unfazed, the cabbie tells Mark that it would be his pleasure. I was like, this dude's down for whatever.
Yeah, just, you got a boss.
I mean,
He speeds down the road with the back door still open. Before they reach the police car, Mark tucks and rolls out. After crashing into the squad car, the cabbie hops out of the window and runs away. Mark runs over, wielding his gun and yelling at the cars for someone to get out of them.
this, I don't know what is happening.
Yeah.
It is... It's like breakneck, because we had this like very sad and somber scene with Heinrich's mother, and then suddenly synth is blasting and we're dealing with this weird quirky dude.
Yeah.
And then now Mark's like, get out of the car. I'm like, what is going on?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
But he promptly runs away as the officers, one of them with an eye patch, which really just added to just the surreal. But they step into the road and fire at him. Mark is hit in the back and goes down, but he's still able to shoot the cop with the eye patch in the chest and stomach. He goes down, and when the other cop rushes to his aid, Mark makes his escape.
I think this would make a lot more sense if they were at Margie's apartment to arrest Anna.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the fact that they're at Zimmerman's, it sounds like, and it doesn't make any sense to me.
Right. Well, maybe because they did have their own like practice, their own PI, maybe, or like, you know, they were in their own thing. Maybe when somebody noticed that they weren't around, they were like, "Hey, look."
Maybe
Because I mean, I don't know. Why else would they be there?
I don't know. Well, unless, I mean, does Mark think that they have Anna's file out on their desk? He's like, they're going to connect this to me immediately. And then he, get out of the car.
the body was in the car too.
Yeah.
So are we presuming the body was found? And I don't know. I don't know. I flat out do not know.
And the fact that Mark is driving the motorcycle, when Anna left from their apartment, he made sure she knew how to drive it.
Yeah, because Heinrich taught her.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know. So, but why does he have it now, but the car is here? Then what did he use to get to Heinrich's mother's house?
I do not know.
It's just starting to get kind of confusing.
It makes me wonder if maybe things were cut out because it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
And not in like the surreal, I can't pin this down kind of way, but like logistically, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But Zimmerman's powder blue car pulls out onto the road. It hits another car and the trunk pops open, spilling Margie's body out onto the blacktop. The person driving peels away and the cars outside of Zimmerman's home burst into flames. I say the person because I thought that this was Mark making a getaway, but he's back on the motorcycle.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, dude, this is hilarious.
Yeah, it is.
Like, just the way the body comes and flops out, it feels like a dark comedy.
It does. Yeah. But Mark speeds down the road, going faster and faster. He screams, blood pouring from his mouth, as he continues to race down the street until he loses control of the bike and takes a very nasty fall that we do see from a few different angles.
Yes.
Yeah.
The instant replay was.
Yeah. That was great.
dirty shot crashed and bleeding. Mark pulls himself to his feet and stumbles into a building. He pulls himself up a staggering amount of stairs in a spiral staircase, pulling himself along the railing and gasping for air. The church bells ring loudly, and Mark starts to lose his steam, finally collapsing between 2 flights of stairs. Tires screech loudly outside, and when Mark looks down the stair hole, he sees Anna starting to climb the steps that are streaked with his own blood. She looks up at him, and Mark warns her to run away and get out of here, but she keeps coming, and someone is following close behind her. Mark is losing strength, unable to even hold himself up on the railing. Blood spilling from his lips, Mark asks Anna how she could find him. Anna asks, "How could I not?" She is coming upstairs faster now, and when she finally makes it to the landing where Mark is resting, we finally see who is behind her. It appears to be Mark.
Mm-hmm.
With a smile, Anna tells Mark that she wanted to show him it's finally finished now. The new Mark stands behind Anna. His dark eyes look at Mark with wonder. If his eyes were blue, he and Mark would be a perfect match. But his shirt is open and his chest is out like Heinrich.
Yeah.
So, it's the best of both worlds for Anna, it seems.
Yeah.
Mark raises his gun to his lookalike's head and Anna just giggles. But before he can shoot, a group of officers fire from below, hitting both Mark and Anna. Mark's lookalike is unharmed and unbothered, staring at both of them and taking it all in. Anna collapses onto Mark, both of them groaning in pain and gasping for air, and she pulls herself up to him, weakly kissing his lips. Anna grabs up Mark's gun and aims it behind her own back. She screams as she fires, the bullet traveling through her body and into Mark's. She collapses on top of him. Mark's doppelganger walks over to him and leans down. With a smile, he says, "So hard to live with it, eh, brother?" Mark stares back at him, unable to speak, and the doppelganger moves on, traveling up the next flight of steps as Mark rolls Anna's body off of him. He looks into her eyes, which are now wide and vacant. Anna is gone.
You don't have to be a dick about it. I don't know what that was.
He's all mad.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
So I'm going to go live your life, man. It's like, wow.
Man. At the top of the stairs, the lookalike finds Sarah, played by Leslie Malton.
So this character,
Mm-hmm.
I have to take it back a little bit to explain.
Uh-huh.
Apparently in the screenplay and within the first few days of filming, there was a character in the script named Abe. And this character was cast. He performed a few scenes, but then they realized that he didn't fit the film
Okay.
after they started filming.
I'm just surprised that they cut things that didn't fit.
Yeah.
And keep that though.
Yeah.
But the thing about Abe is that Abe was Anna's first husband.
Okay.
And so it added a different dynamic, and it also added a bit of history to Anna's character too.
Right.
Right.
The thing about Sarah, who in my mind appears very similar in appearance to that ballerina.
Okay.
Sarah is Abe's new wife.
Huh.
I learned this on a featurette, and I'm trying to piece it together.
Yeah.
But if you think about it, her kind of torturing this ballerina that does appear to be the new wife of her ex-husband,
Yeah.
then oddly, I don't get why they're here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they said this is the only remnant of that deleted plot point, is seeing
Huh.
Sarah at the end.
I
So,
wonder why.
I don't know.
know. Well, she's got like a boot, a
Yeah.
cast on. And I'm like, is that representative of Margie?
Right.
Oh yeah.
Like, I don't know. I don't know. Don't take a shot every time I say I don't know.
Please don't.
In this episode.
Please do not.
But he asks if there's a way out. And when she nods and points to the windows above them, he asks her to help him. He hands her the gun and instructs her to shoot the officers below. When she fires, he smiles proudly. Sarah cups her hands and the doppelganger steps into them, holding onto the top of a door. He cries out to the people below, "How do you want to finish it?" The real Mark slithers away from Anna and leaps into the stair hole, falling through silently.
So even in death, he's getting away from Anna, which is kind of,
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I thought it interesting that even in her death, she chose him.
yeah. So it's like it's contradictory to how
Very.
they've both been acting the entire
Yeah,
film.
he still
Very.
blames her.
I
Yeah.
guess, yeah.
Yeah. The music starts up again when on the ground, the man, I haven't been saying his credit on purpose, but the man that was like, that dog didn't die of old age or whatever. He inspects Mark's broken and still body, now lying on the ground floor. He shakes his head and starts to climb the stairs behind the officers, but he has to stop for a moment to take his shoe off. We see now that he is wearing bright pink socks. He's pink socks.
Yeah.
Or the man with the pink socks. I don't know what this means.
So he is not. He is the person that Mark was tasked
Yes.
with. Okay, so he's not Mark's replacement
No.
No.
because it would make more sense if he was Mark's replacement because Mark has been replaced.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So he could be replaced in his personal life and then replaced professionally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no,
It's not.
because
Yeah.
in that meeting, he was like, does he still like to wear pink socks? Like that's their connect or whatever.
Right.
So I don't know.
I feel like this moment was. It feels like it's supposed to have the weight of Bruce Willis's wife dropping the wedding ring on The Sixth Sense.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Well, because the first time because I completely forgot. Pink socks, like I don't
Yeah.
remember. And so when you see it again, you're kind of like, oh, and then you're like, wait, what?
Yeah, because that's really all I thought. Oh, you're the guy he was watching. What does that
Okay.
mean?
What is that?
Yeah, what?
Like everything that we just saw, like I'm sorry, pink socks, you're not that fucking important right
No.
now.
No.
And once again, dude, Mark, you are the worst spy in the world.
Yeah.
He visited you and talked to you.
Yeah.
He apparently killed a dog, too, which I don't know why he was so
Yeah,
proud of that.
no.
But nothing. No reaction, no anything. I understand you got a lot going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did want to talk here because Żuławski, I watched an interview with him and he said that he never forgave Bruno Newton, the DP, because in this scene, Sam Neill was supposed to have bright green eyes like Helen. And he blamed the DP for not testing what that would look like with the lenses. And they ended up not showing up on film and they weren't able to, I guess, get new ones and redo it. So the doppelganger of Mark has these very dark, but to me, it kind of works better because Sam Neill already has very light eyes.
Yeah.
I know that Isabelle Adjani does too, but the blue and the green, I don't know, something about maybe because her eyes are darker. I don't know. But seeing Sam Neill with those fucking like almost black eyes was very like disturbing.
It's very weird to hear that he was upset because for me, the reason it worked for me is because if we're playing with this idea of good and evil and light and dark, her eyes are lighter than his and his eyes are dark. You know, there's the good and the evil. Why is that a problem?
And I gotta say, when we're talking about the behavior of these doppelgangers, it fits more with what the opposites of them seem to be in their point of view.
Yeah, but he had wanted them to have the same eyes. And so I'm like, okay, narratively, what does that mean? Was Helen made the same way that Mark's doppelganger was?
Okay.
I'm like, I don't know.
I feel like having them have the same color eyes, that would make them represent the same thing.
Yeah.
Which is like this idealized kind of versions of each other.
Right.
I wonder too, because a lot of people believe that Helen is Sister Faith. Excuse me, Sister Chance.
Okay.
No, Sister Faith.
One
All
of
she had
them.
left was Chance, right?
I believe.
Yeah, they think that she's Sister Faith, which I don't know if, again,
That only
I don't know.
Yeah.
only raises further questions.
But the pulsing music stops when we're suddenly in Helen's apartment. Bob is eating breakfast when the doorbell rings. Helen asks him to open it because it might be his father, but Bob refuses to and tells her not to open it either. Helen says that she wants to and heads that way, but Bob keeps repeating with increasing panic, "Don't open, don't open, don't open it, don't open." Helen ignores him, and through her front door, we see Mark's doppelganger standing forebodingly with his hand pressed against the glass. Repeating his "don't open" mantra, Bob runs up the stairs. He gets into Helen's bathtub, which is already filled with water, and throws himself inside. Bob lies face down in the water, and the lights flicker on and off as loud planes and explosions sound overhead. Helen looks around, confused at this, and we see Mark's doppelganger still on the other side of the glass, writhing. Helen finally stops looking around and looks directly at us with her strange green eyes. The sounds of planes and bombs continue as it cuts to black and the credits roll, and eventually the sounds of horror are mingled with the delicate piano. So, what did you guys think of Possession?
I just want to talk about the ending really quick.
Mm-hmm.
Because for me, when I saw it the first time, I thought it kind of signified the end of the world.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like, and you can also think of the term nuclear family.
Oh.
And then I heard on commentary that this was apparently meant to signify the apocalypse.
Oh, shit.
All right.
And so that kind of maybe considering certain interpretations, maybe that means something more, lends credence to certain ideas and theories, but I just wanted to share that.
That is very interesting. And like y'all were saying earlier, one of you, I can't remember, about the siren sounds in the tub. Yeah. So, I mean, it's kind of, and that visual of Bob
In the tub?
makes my stomach hurt, honestly.
Yeah, and then, but we had talked off mic a little bit about how you had said that this clue about him holding his breath
Yeah.
can kind of make it not as grim as it appears.
Yeah, him saying in the tub that he has like beat his record, that he can hold his breath for so long. It does kind of give you hope, but it looks like a moment of just desperation of whatever form his parents have taken, whatever versions of them, don't be together.
Yeah.
Don't open the door.
Mm-hmm.
Stay apart. I mean,
He's seen enough.
he's seen enough. It's such a like really devastating visual representation of children caught in situations like this, because it's like sometimes it is better to just break up.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But I will ask again. What did you guys think of Possession?
I really did enjoy this movie for it being, I guess, wacky is a way to kind of describe it. But it is very strange. It is very entertaining. It is like it. I don't even know what it is. Like, the movie does need to be watched. There is a lot that's up for interpretation with it, but I do what I get out of it is that is the world is ending. That he is the Antichrist or whatever, and it's like, oh shit, this is just it. But again, there's just so much shit in there. You can kind of make out of it what you want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And like I said, it is a lot of the scenes are really, really, they look good. The performances are good. A lot of it, I shouldn't sit there and be like, oh man, this is, I'm enjoying this. Not in a bad way, but you know what I mean? Like I said, it's not really something that I seek out on my own. But whatever this movie does, it works. And it is a treat to watch and to be confused by. But again, I guess we're supposed to make our own thing out of it. You know what I mean? Say what we think is going on, and all the things like you were saying about how they could mean something else. I see that too, but I'm more in it for the wacky shit. Like, I want to see whatever tentacle person's got going on over there, or tentacle Mark, and then and again, there's just a lot of shit that's happening, and then and the way it is, and I think it was UT where you had said this is the point where the movie it just goes, or it's different.
Mm-hmm.
And it is from there on. It's like, what everything we just watched, what the fuck's happening now?
Yeah.
I agree. I feel like it is just so artfully made.
Mm-hmm.
So brilliantly put together on a technical level. And I said it at the top of the show that it is kind of a difficult one to revisit immediately because it is so taxing emotionally.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the greatest art is up for interpretation.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Where there can be intention in it, but it is great as well to leave some things up to your audience
Yeah.
to decide what it means for us.
Mm-hmm.
And that there is a lot here, and there's so many threads that you can pull, that you can take and run with to mean something,
Mm-hmm.
to not mean another theory, and then to add, like, it is so complicated and challenging, but in a way that is interesting.
Yeah.
It's not nonsensical because there is so much to pull from it.
Yeah.
But there are moments where I do feel like Benoit Blanc, and I'm like, it makes no damn sense. Compels me, though.
Yes.
You
yes.
know, and it always is. It's very compelling.
Mm-hmm.
And I just enjoy watching it, even though I do have to take a break from it.
Yeah.
But I just think that there is something so fascinating about this film. It is something that I think about, and I return to it in my thoughts, and I try to understand it. And I think that that is what compelling and interesting art does.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think that as much as we watch and have watched, it is a very unique experience when you're like, I've never seen some shit like that before. And that's definitely how I feel about Possession. I think that there are so many things to love about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is visually stunning. The creature is so fucking weird and awesome, and the performances are so raw and almost hard to watch at times, particularly Isabelle Adjani.
Mm-hmm.
She goes to places that I really can't even fathom.
Mm-hmm.
And both of them playing dual roles. I mean, that's not really talked about a
Yeah.
lot. It's just incredible. It's one of those films that you're like just like entranced by it almost, because you're trying to make sense of it, but at the same time you're grateful to be on the ride.
Yeah.
I know that not all of us really liked everything that Żuławski had to say, but what a brilliant fucking piece of cinema.
Yeah.
I just, again, I've never seen anything like this before. And I feel like there's so much messaging, whether, you know, what avenue you want to take or what theory you want to run with, there is something to take away from this. And I mean, it's kind of a gift. And like, I can't remember who had said it on one of the interviews that I watched, but they had, or a video or something, I can't remember, but they said that it's so hard to get a hold of, and it was for so long, that for a lot of people, all that they've seen is the scene in the subway on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, yes, that is a highlight. Yes, that is a huge, huge moment. But this, you gotta watch the whole thing. Like you have to watch this. But I guess we can slide into ratings. I feel like we have been talking a lot.
Like for 2 days, I feel.
Almost like we took a break and came back. But like I said, this film is just really, really special. I think that there is so much commentary about even being a woman and societal expectations on that, and expectations of domestic partnerships. And for me, really, and it is interesting to hear that intentionally that was the apocalypse, because I can get the Antichrist angle. I can see that. For me, fundamentally, this is a story about two extremely toxic people that don't need to be anywhere near each other, that can't fucking stay away from each other. And I think that even so, Helen being Mark's idealized version of Anna, and the doppelganger somehow being the idealized version of Mark, which Anna, girl, let's unpack that. But even these idealized versions coming together, it's misery, it's chaos. Bob will literally do anything to not be a part of this anymore.
And isn't it wild that Mark's doppelganger still finds Helen? Like he's drawn to her.
Yeah.
And he looked like an animal sniffing through like it's frightening.
It really is. That visual is disturbing. And I feel like, again, there are these dynamics where people can be drawn to each other that just have no business being together. And fundamentally, that is what I take away from this. And this is like a hyperbolic and exaggerated and very surreal and over the top telling of that kind of a situation. And I'm satisfied with that.
Yeah.
But then you combine, oh my God, it could be the Antichrist. Oh my God, this is an allegory for Germany and fucking Berlin. And it's just, there, like you said, T, there's so much to mine. There's so much there that you can watch this 5 times and get 5 different interpretations. Mm-hmm. What does Heinrich represent? What is that creature? What is all this talk of souls? What is these, the statue of Jesus? Like, what is this?
And it seems like every single character has an interpretation of what God means to them.
Yes.
Yeah.
God is a disease to Mark.
Yes.
Yeah.
God is Anna to Heinrich.
Yeah.
God is inside of Anna for
To
her.
Anna, yeah.
So it's very, very interesting.
It's so compelling, and it is not one that you can throw on every day, but it is definitely one that I will be revisiting just because I'll speak for myself, gives me a feeling that I can't think of another film that made me feel quite that way. I will say, though, there are moments where, like that end part where Mark is suddenly like, get out of the car. I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, I'm trying really hard. Who the fuck is Pink Socks, and why do I care at this moment when I just watched Mark silently fucking jump down the stair hole, and it's like, oh shit, it's Pink Socks. Like, I don't care. I don't care about that right now. There are moments that are hilarious, and I don't know, I'm going back to that feather. I don't know if that was funny on purpose, but goddamn, and that was a much needed laugh in this film. But I can't say that this is a perfect film for me. I think that maybe one day it could be. We're getting to know each other, and I really like them.
Possession.
Yeah. I like Possession a lot, but I would like some more time with Possession. Possession has a couple things in it that made me like, ooh, okay, all right. But overall, I do think that it is brilliant. I think that it is a must-see horror film, period. And I understand the reputation, and I understand Miguel's insistence, and I thank you, Miguel. Again, thank you. But all that being said, because I could ramble on for a very long time, and I feel like we already have. On a scale from 1 to 10, titillating tentacles.
All right.
At this point in time, I am going to give Possession 8.5 titillating tentacles. This film is brilliant. There is so much to unpack. There are moments that make me like, wow, I don't know shit, dude. But I will now open up the floor to you.
No, yeah, I agree. Like, for me, the movie was this toxic relationship, and these people that they don't know how to quit each other. They just want to be there for some reason. Like when she keeps coming back and he's like, you're just coming back. I was like, oh my God, you do.
Yeah.
Even no matter what you're doing, you're still coming back here because there is some comfort, and I know what's going to happen when I go home.
Yeah.
That I know. But
that is such a good point.
But then it turns into we get. And that's like, okay, so did what we got at the beginning mean nothing? Or was a setup for this? Was that like what's happening? The thing with her friend was really weird. It was confusing.
Yeah.
Margie or Marjorie. I'm sorry. The movie's confusing. I was like, what the hell? But again, a lot of it is, like you said, T, it's art. And even I'm not going to deny how good the movie looks, even though that's not something that I'm into. And again, for me, I feel like, and I know it sounds funny, but it is like a live action anime, not like anime like everything's over the top, but like it's so fucking it sucked me in, and I want to watch it. And then this weird shit's happening, and there is a story, and it is a little confusing, but you're still sitting there like, oh yeah, I know, I get what you're saying, but you really don't. You're just like, you're enjoying it. You're enjoying it so much. You're gonna sit there and like, oh yeah, no, yeah, oh yeah, leave his ass. Oh, what a monster! What the fuck? You know what I mean? But you are entranced. You do want to continue to watch this. It is rough, and there is some parts that are kind of like, what the fuck? I liked Heinrich until I didn't like Heinrich.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And again, Mark was just like, holy shit, dude. Poor Bob.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
oh man, dude. But the shit that they did just out in the open and the stuff that was just going on, it was like, what? But again, then you throw in the religious part of it and everything else, and it's like, okay, what am I looking for? What am I supposed to pay attention to? But I think even then, in the end, you're right, babe. It doesn't matter because you do want to watch the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not, like you said, T, back to back, take a break, but it is something to watch, and it is something to throw in the rotation. The performances are great. Everything looks great here. The work, again, yeah, learning about how much, the guy was kind of an asshole, you know what I mean? But holy fuck, the movie. God damn, dude.
Mhm.
Like, that was great. And like I said, this really isn't my bag, but this is. So for me, on a scale of 1 to 10, titillating tentacles, I'm going to give Possession an 8 out of 10. I did enjoy the fuck out of this movie, and I would also recommend anyone watch it that is a horror lover.
I agree with everything you've both stated. I feel like this is a film to be experienced.
Yes.
You watch it and you experience it. There is so much happening, such a unique atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
I just, again, like you had said, Nay, it does not feel like anything I've seen before.
Mm-hmm.
There are such interesting choices made and big swings creatively.
Yeah.
And many opportunities to completely lose your audience, but who cares in the pursuit of art?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's a fantastic film.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just one to really dive into. And that's what's so interesting about it is that even on the surface level, just enough to watch it alone without digging deeper, that's enough.
It is.
But then you have all this opportunity to find meaning in so many different things. The concept of faith and chance, in potential religious subtext, political and social commentary.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot here, and it's just remarkable. And I am very glad that it is much more readily available right now
Yeah.
to watch it, because I really do think that everyone should experience it.
Absolutely.
Yep.
But of course, just can't say enough about the performances. Sam Neill, Isabelle Adjani.
Yeah.
This is her film.
Yes.
I just can't say enough. The subway sequence, what is required of her and what she delivers is unreal.
Mm-hmm.
And I completely understand the award recognition that she received.
Yeah.
I really can't say enough about the cinematography, that camera movement, making scenes that are seemingly mundane, interesting, and memorable is unbelievable. And a lot of that is down to the camera movement and embodying these characters and telling the story in an interesting way.
Mm-hmm.
And the score.
Yeah.
Yes.
Brilliant score.
It's so good.
Yeah.
It is so good, and it fits the film so well.
Yeah.
And it gives it this incredible atmosphere where it is so eerie and unsettling in regards to this creature. And then there's this foreboding feeling. And then there's just the fact that it's just awesome.
Yeah.
It is a fantastic score, and it is just amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But, again, we have spoken a lot.
Yeah.
But negative side really is just a matter of the some things just not really making much sense in regards to, this whole thing with the spy angle. I understand the idea of government and, being watched and potentially feeding into that political commentary, but I don't understand why I'm supposed to give a shit about pink socks.
Yeah.
I would like to know.
I would love to.
And especially for the reveal to happen at this moment, you could literally have it him stepping out of the car to meet Sam Neill on the bridge.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And when he steps out, you're like, those socks are pink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's something there. But for it at the end to be this big, gigantic thing in one of the most like devastating moments
Yeah.
of the whole film, and he's like, "Oh, a rocket in my
I was
shoes."
just like,
What? But I don't know.
now?
Really? But no, I really appreciate everything that went into making this film. Disagree with a lot of what went into making this film, but the film itself is art and should be seen and appreciated.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, out of 10 titillating tentacles, I am also going to give Possession 8.5 titillating tentacles out of 10. That is a lot of T's, but here we are.
Well, that's all from us at Podmortem. What would you rate Possession and which we watch next? Let us know on Twitter at the Podmortem. Be sure to follow us on Instagram and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Twitter at Blood and Smoke, at RealStreeter84, and at TravisMWH. Thank you again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll get bonus content like the Corner of Creep and No Sleep, where we read creepypastas and Reddit No Sleeps, and Talk Mortem, where we answer your questions and take on random topics. Stay tuned until after the music for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, it's never easy when your partnership is divided, but trying to mold your significant other into who you want them to be instead of appreciating who they are is not the way to break down the wall. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah!
Yeah. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rezak, Molly Gerhard, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Brittany Seaman, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Jordan Blevins, Liz Heath, Spencer Montavo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newding, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G, Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Daniel McGinnis, Nick Spill, Emma Hagel Kissinger,
Valerie G, Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle, OKC, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Nicholas Carter, Sawyer Reese Farr, Dr. Diva Loves Horror, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Natalie de Guzman, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Katie K, Erica Morin, Cameron S, Nicole Stewart, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, No Thanks Tom Hanks, Kevin McGonigal, Kristen Marcy, Ori81 Barikwa, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez63,
Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities, Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Heather Santayano, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Cassidy Carruthers, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S, Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T, Kim H, August, Vincent Spirit, Sam J. Green, Kelly Glazyface Mack, Jenny May, Zoe Marie, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D, Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J, Daniel Dickerson, Jordan Gaddis, Cam Davies, Tanya Selvog, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, the Trash Man Roger Dodger, and D. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you all immensely.
We just want to thank you all for having enough faith to take a chance on us.
Well done.
Like in the film. Thank you.
Yeah.
Until next time.